Greetings and welcome to Not My Star Wars. I want to first apologize to everyone for starting late. I was gathering some screenshots for the stream. Just a second. My sound is a little bit crazy. Okay, here we go. You can hear me okay?
Come through clear.
Okay. So I first want to apologize to everyone. Star Wars is important to me. So I wanted to make sure to do the stream right for everyone. So I have been gathering screenshots of the film. I wanted to really give everyone a thorough look at why I feel that this movie would hold up today. So that's what was taking so long. So with that said, let's get to it. I want to thank the ambassador for joining me today. How's everything with you?
Doing just fine. And Not My Star Wars, it is a pleasure. Happy to be here, obviously, and happy to talk about, well, a movie that's been very central and very formative for pretty much my entire life.
Right.
So, but yeah, I appreciate you inviting me on, and I'm ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Talk for a second. I need to check my sound here.
Yeah. It's been a busy day for me. This is actually my third stream today and everything. Once on my channel, once on another channel. It's also Star Wars related. And rounding out the evening with this fine gentleman right here. So for everybody that's watching this live and will catch us on the replay, make sure you hit that like button, share this out with your friends who are Star Wars fans. We hope you enjoy the discussion and everything. And yeah, as I said, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, called the 1970s.
There you go.
Which was a very far out and very, very trippy decade, to say the least.
Yes. So basically, Admiral and I are close in age. I'm from the old school era. I saw the original movies as a child.
Mm-hmm.
And the other day, the Admiral was doing a stream, and his guest mentioned that he didn't think that the old movies, I don't know if he said Star Wars specifically or the OT. I think he was referring to the OT. He didn't feel they would hold up today and that people would enjoy these movies in modern day. I don't agree with that. Yes, a lot has advanced and changed since, but I think that they will hold up. So basically, I have about 170 screenshots of the film. We're going to go through sort of a picture book look at the movie. Yeah. And the ambassador and I will elaborate on certain things, and some things we'll just use for reference. Yeah. And at the end, we're going to give our opinions and feelings on if it would hold up, why it would hold up, etc. So without further ado, let's get right to it. I just wanted to quickly apologize. Welcome the ambassador again. Thank you for joining me. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. And let's go to a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I personally, once I saw this as a child, I knew I was seeing something special. And I know that may sound extreme, but literally once I saw a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I was like, wow, okay. I didn't know what to expect. I had no clue. But I knew that I immediately was seeing something that I had never seen, and I felt really good about what was before my eyes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn this banner off. There we go. So, okay. So to me, yeah, I saw this and I said, okay, wow, let's where's this going to go? But I was very excited from the moment I saw this. Then, of course, you see the big letters and they start to fade back away. Now, not that this is a marvel of film, but you have to remember, in 1977, there was nothing like this.
Nope.
Just the fact that you saw the stars in the background and the big letters, and then it started to kind of fade back. Now, sure, there was some space stuff, Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and stuff, but a lot of that stuff was black and white. A lot of that stuff was very obvious models. You could see the strings and the wires. You could tell there was like this little plastic ship, crashing or doing whatever. For those old serials, you really had to suspend reality and go with it. Whereas Star Wars was the first film, especially a sci-fi film, that not only was it something unique, but it was like you didn't have to suspend reality too much. I mean, it felt natural. And that's real quickly, I'm going to touch on that. To me, was always the difference with Star Wars and Star Trek. Star Trek, I don't hate it, but to me, it was always a second-rate B-grade Star Wars. It's the creatures, the makeup, the phasers, these props, the ships, always to me looked kind of cheap compared to Star Wars. Also, you had things like the Enterprise, that disc shape. To me, in space, okay, it doesn't matter, it could fly, but remember that these ships would go into atmospheres of planets, and it was always, that's one thing I loved about Star Wars, is that everything felt like we could really build it, like that an X-wing would fly on Earth just as well as it would fly in space or Tatooine. So that just wanted to mention that real quick. I watched a lot of the original Star Trek show. I'm not trying to hate on it, but just my opinion and preference, Star Trek was always a second grade, a B grade to Star Wars, in my opinion. Star Wars was the first thing that I saw that was like otherworldly, but totally viable.
So, well, and I can understand where you come from on that with your perspective on Star Trek and Star Wars. The way I always perceived it, Star Wars was always more space fantasy, whereas Star Trek is more a possible future, but it's science. It's more pure science fiction, but it's plausible science fiction. It's set in a possible future for the humanity of Earth and everything, and that's kind of how I categorize the two. I like Star Trek and everything. I very much do. I grew up watching TN, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and all of them. But for me, Star Wars is more escapist in a lot of ways and everything. But it still has themes and archetypes and ideas within it that very much relate to the human condition as we are now, or what have you, or when this movie was originally released. For me, Star Wars was, in fact, one of the very first sci-fi movies that I did see as a kid. Now, I didn't have the opportunity to see the original Star Wars in theaters. I wasn't even born yet. But I did get the opportunity to watch my main cinematic experience. When I got to see the special edition of Star Wars in 1997 and what have you, that for me was my first introduction to seeing the original Star Wars, even though it had been altered and been remastered and so forth on the big screen. And I got the feeling, I got that sense of anticipation and wonder and amazement at what I was watching on screen. And when they did that trailer in '96 and everything leading up to the special editions, I was like, I finally get to see these I've seen only on TV. We got the VHS remasters back in, I think it was 94 or 95 and everything. And I watched them. I watched them like I said, ad nauseum. But for me, watching it on the big screen as a teenager getting ready to graduate from high school, it was an absolute treat. It just seeing the blockade runner and seeing the Death Star coming overhead and everything on the big screen, there's very few things like it. Right. And you realize,
I would say there's nothing like it. And in a second here, we're going to start seeing some screens of that. But that to me was part of the initial magic, is that everything that I was seeing was like nothing else. The music, the crawl, the lighting, the effects, everything. It was just a whole other level. It wasn't just new, but it was also a whole other level of every aspect of the film that we just hadn't seen. And we'll touch more on it as we come up on these things.
Sure.
But yes, absolutely. So, again, you see the beginning a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and then you see Star Wars real big. And for what it's worth, I also wanted to preface real quick. Try to, whoever's watching, by the way, at Horror Nation, thank you for stopping in. If you jumped out, I know you'll be back because he's a avid watcher of mine, so I appreciate you being around, coming in at Horror Nation. Ted Buke, I see you. Hello. Hopefully Orville will stop back in. Sorry again for the delay, guys. I want everyone to try, as we go through this, we're going to go on a little roller coaster here, a little a ride, let's say, and we're going to kind of watch the film through pictures. So I want everyone to try to do two things. One, try to remember that everything is much grander on the big screen. I can only give you so much effect right on a YouTube video. So try to remember the scale of this stuff. And also, two, try to, for a moment, just suspend that you don't know anything about Star Wars. You've never seen Star Wars. You've never heard about it. You're like me in 1977. Like, what is this thing? And you're walking in without knowing who anybody, Obi-Wan, Luke, you don't know nothing. The Force, none of that. You just come in and you're seeing this. And I want people that see this to go in with that mentality so that you can really absorb the impact of this. And before we go on, I'm going to mention one last thing. This came out May 25th, 1977. Films in May didn't typically do well. This was made for $8 million. Then the budget got increased to $11 million total. It premiered in 23 theaters. 23 theaters. Movies nowadays, the new Star Wars films are in 4,000 plus theaters. Okay, this movie was in 23 theaters. Nobody knew about it. Nobody believed in it, cared about it. And literally, opening night, the world changed. The film industry was turned completely upside down on so many levels. The way that contracts are made, merchandising agreements, the way that films are created, 3-picture deals. Lucas said that I will only do this film if I'm guaranteed to have the next 2 films as well, and that was part of the deal. So there's a lot of things that this film established. It literally changed the world and the film world. It is something that has impacted pop culture more so than any other film, any other topic, genre, anything. So I want people to go into this remembering that the impact of this, but also that it was in 23 theaters. Nobody knew anything about it. And if you do the adjusted, the profit for inflation, adjusted for inflation, this movie has made over $3 billion, close to 4. So if you think that The Force Awakens or Disney's little nonsense is anything, no. In 1977, this movie toppled the entire machine.
It was the number one film and number one money making film up until 97 when Titanic came out and toppled it.
Right.
So,
and then Phantom Menace toppled Titanic. So
yeah.
Which I was so happy because I was like, oh my God, Titanic, really? I was so pissed about that. And then Phantom Menace brought it back, and I was like, oh, thank God. So, anyways, let's get the show on the road. But I just wanted to make that little preface. Try to wipe your mind. Try to have an open mind and pretend, you don't know anything about Star Wars, and let's really look at the magic and the value of what this film was. So we see the opening part, then we see the big letters. They start fading back. I've never seen anything like it. And then the crawl. The music starts, and I've had seen crawls once or twice. The old Flash Gordon had it, but that was again black and white and on TV, and it's just nothing like this.
Yeah.
anybody had seen. You see these massive letters going up, not even just straight vertically, but at the, like this angle into the stars, and the music is starting to drop up, and you're just like, whoa. And I just remember from the beginning just being immediately sucked in, immediately engaged. As opposed to, you know, other films, it's like you have to kind of warm up to it, or, you know, start to understand it. And whereas with Star Wars, it was like instantaneous, like, wow. So real quick, I figured I'd read the crawl, because this is another thing, is when you look at the crawls of these sequel trilogies, they're just like gibberish. And I want to point out like how succinct the original crawls were. Oh, and one other quick detail. This movie was not episode 4.
No,
New Hope. It was Star Wars.
Yeah, period.
Okay?
Yeah.
So for people that are younger, this was literally Star Wars. It wasn't episode 4, New Hope.
Yeah.
So it is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. Okay, wow. That's, you know, very to the point. You've got a civil war, okay. The rebels are, you know, from a secret base, so they're sneaking around, and they've had their first victory against the Galactic Empire. So that tells you that the rebels are probably a little bit smaller, maybe ragtag. There's a civil war going on, and they've probably been going at it for a while. And this is a key point because they have had their first victory. So right from the beginning, you're like, okay, oh, all right. Not too much information, just what I needed. And, you know, what were you going to say?
Well, and just we learned a few years ago what that major victory was, the battle at Scarif, when they got the plans for the original stations. So, yeah. And what a way to fill in a plot hole, make a whole movie about it. But honestly, it was a very entertaining movie, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, I like Rogue One. Out of all of them, it's the one I'll kind of accept. We'll talk about it another time. Let's focus on this. But Rogue One, you know, if of all of them, it fits. It makes sense. You could say it's canon because it actually follows the story. So yes, Scarif. In hindsight, now we know that. But again, pretending we don't know any of this, right? We're just going by what we're seeing. So during the battle, rebel spies managed to seal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon. Oh, wow, the Death Star. And you're like, whoa, what the hell is that? But okay, an armored space station with enough power to destroy an entire planet. So, you know, you're thinking like, all right, this thing's going to be kind of big, but it's, you know, it's just Ford. It's a space station. And you might be thinking like, what was the, oh, shoot, not the, what's the ISS, the International Space Station. So that's like the kind of the only reference we have as far as a space station. You have no clue of what you're about to see, right, with the Death Star. But you're getting the idea, okay, the bad guys have got a base in space. And all right, so the rebels got the secret plans. All right, cool. And enough power to destroy an entire planet. So you're like already like, whoa, okay.
Okay, high stakes, very big.
High stakes, right from the beginning. Pursued by the Empire's sinister agents, Princess Leia races home aboard her starship, custodian of the stolen plans that can save her people and restore freedom to the galaxy. So, again, you can instantly get the stakes of, okay, these plans are damn important because they can restore freedom to the galaxy. Everything's balancing on these plans right now. You don't get a whole lot of information, but you get what you need. Princess Leia races home aboard her starship. Okay, so that's a perfect setup. They give you just enough of what you need to understand right now of Princess Leia. Now, I'm going to touch on this again in just a moment, but for everyone out there that says, we don't have female representation, the only name in the beginning of the greatest film of all time is Princess Leia. Okay, so people check themselves and remember what Star Wars is and was. So, and I want to also mention that towards later on, some of the screenshots might be a little bit out of order, so bear with me. I'll have to get them back in order, but we'll get through it. Okay, so from the beginning, you see that the crawl, you're set up, you see the stars, the letters, everything, and you're just like, okay, where are we going? And then you just see immediately this ship which is a good size.
Oh yeah.
And then this massive thing is coming after it.
Like, what in the world is this?
I mean, really, at this point, you don't even know. Is that a planet, a space station? What the hell is that? So part of why I wanted to show this scene is, one, because obviously it's the opening, and you see, you know, how cool it's like. It starts with this ship, but also the scale. This is something that we're going to come back to a lot, is the scale of Star Wars. Right from the beginning, George Lucas knew he had to show you what's what and the scale of this thing. So he's showing you the surface of Tatooine. He's showing you a distant planet, and then you're seeing the Tantive, which is a good sized ship. But then you see the scale of the Empire. It's like, oh, okay, this is not. We knew there were stakes. Now there's we're really, showing you.
Yeah, it is showing you visually how small and diminutive the rebellion essentially is, and just how massive and overpowering the Empire is, just through seeing the blockade runner, and then you seeing the Imperial. I think this was an Imperial 2. I know I'm a little technical here, but you're seeing the Imperial 2 class Star Destroyer chasing after this little bitty blockade runner, and they're trying to put up a fight as much as they can. But obviously the Empire has got the edge on equipment, in a matter of speaking, and everything. And their military operation is honestly very high end. They know what they're doing, and they know how to disable these ships, because you have. I know I'm jumping ahead. Sorry to do this to you.
No, not at all.
But you have 3PO and R2 say, well, they just shut down our main reactor with basically one shot. So obviously the Empire is very tactical and very surgical in their military operations in a lot of ways. And you'll get that impression later on as we go out through the movie. And the Empire is not something to be trifled with. I mean, you see one of those Imperial class Star Destroyers coming your way, you know, oh crap, we're good. Our goose is cooked.
Yeah, and keep in mind that they don't have to be completely in the planet for you to see it. Like, you can see it for pretty, like, at the edge of the atmosphere from a planet. They're massive. It is a class 2, by the way. And yes, it is showing you scale. It is showing you the stakes, and it is showing you the unbalance, that the Empire is much more wealthy, much more advanced and powerful and capable. Immediately, you know, it's driven home like, okay, this is serious. So, you know, first scene you see, it's like, oh well, and I love how it's, you know, you're immediately in trouble. You're right in the action. You're not setting up or talking, or you just have the crawl, and then it's like, boom, let's go. And here you are. You're like, whoa, you know. And again, this is 1977. The world has not seen anything like this. And while there's been little space movies and shows and stuff, nothing in bright color and huge, massive scale like this. We're going to see other shots, but also look at the details of the Star Destroyer. That's a little plastic model, but it doesn't look like a plastic toy. I mean, it looks like this massive ship.
Yeah, so, it has weight, it has dimension, it is menacing. Yeah, right there, because you're getting very much a sense of scale and just what the Empire has to work with in comparison to what the rebels have to work with. And yet, in the end, it is the rebels that, as most people probably know, everybody's seen Star Wars except for maybe a small fraction or a small percentage of the population. It's ultimately the much less equipped and rebels that end up winning the day. But right here, you get this impression that when you see a ship like this coming your way, you run. They don't run. They don't run from anyone. They're the ones that are the pursuer.
Right. And the only thing like you could possibly kind of relate this to is like a whale to like a
seal,
a bass, or a seal, maybe. You know, it's just So again, you see the scale, you see Tatooine surface, you see the
Mhm.
Tantive is a good sized ship, but then how much more massive is the Star Destroyer?
Mhm.
And again, it does to me, that doesn't look like a toy. That doesn't look like a model. This looks very believable, very real. Um, and we're talking about pre-digital. There was never mind the film stock that you
Yep.
were using. You didn't even have any technology. This is another point that we're going to be driving home a lot is that this is all practical stuff. We're talking about lighting
Yep.
tricks, models, camera
Mhm.
angles, um,
Mad paintings.
matte paintings, and what's going to really stand out is a whole lot of love
Oh
because
yeah.
these movies were made with so much love as opposed
Mhm.
to what they are now. So, anyways, you see the scale, you see the stars and the space, and you're just like, whoa, this is serious. So we cut to inside the obviously the Tantive 4 was getting shot at and it's getting rattled around, and we go into inside and we see 3PO.
Mhm.
um just on a quick side note, a lot of people say, well, how come Anakin and Obi-Wan don't recognize the old droids? Okay, you got to remember that several years pass
Mhm.
from when they last interacted with these droids. And right from the very first shot of Star Wars, you see that protocol droids are a common thing.
Yep.
Okay, you get the
Right.
impression that 3PO is more important because he's talking and he's more golden, but it's not like 3PO is a one of a kind droid, nor is R2. There's
No.
millions of R2s and millions of protocol droids. So
Yeah.
it's not so far fetched that, 10, 20, 30 years later, you don't recognize that that's C3PO specifically, at least
Mhm.
not at first, because a lot of
Yeah.
people get hung up on that. And I'm like, bro, it's been a long time and there's tons of these droids,
Yeah.
so it's not that unviable.
Yeah.
So
Well, and some things that they have done with some of the more recent novelizations of the original movies and so on, or even some of the comics that they've done, is they have gone back and they've had little moments with Obi-Wan there on the Millennium Falcon and so on when they're in transit to Alderaan. And he goes over to R2 and he just kind of pats him on the head and everything and says, "Hello, old friend." And something like that. And I get Star Wars, I completely agree with you. These are not one of a kind droids. There were obviously protocol droids of the same make and most likely the same color as 3PO and probably sounded just about the same
right.
because you would want their vocalizer. The vocalizer for these droids would be by and large the same. And the same thing
It's
with R2. There
it's
were
a
probably
standard part. It's like you go to
yeah,
the auto
yeah,
shop. I need an air filter. Well, it's it's
mhm,
that voice box is probably in the 10 million droids. It's
mhm.
not so unique. Real quick, Horror Nation said, did Obi-Wan recognize R2 in the canyon? I want to say no.
He
Did
may not have.
did he was he like absolutely no, that couldn't, I think maybe in the back of his mind he's like, "Yeah, that could be R2," but he didn't
Yeah,
assume, right
mhm,
away that that's R2 because so much time has passed, so much has happened, and what's
yeah,
the chances of that same droid circling back to
to him.
Tatooine and ending up with Obi-Wan? So it's not
Yeah,
that Obi-Wan was oblivious or ignorant. It's just he was being, he has other things on his mind. The
yeah,
things are heating up. Luke is at an age now. He's meeting Luke, and the Empire is sniffing around, and it's
mm,
just not his forethought to be thinking, well, is that R2? He hasn't seen him in so many years, so I don't
yeah,
think that until later he realized. Honestly, I don't know that he really realizes at all in A New Hope. I don't think that he really puts two and two together. Granted,
and
he dies, becomes a Force ghost, and then it should be pretty apparent, especially when Luke takes kind of a possession of R2. But I think
yeah,
for most of the movie, if not the whole episode 4, he really is not aware that that's R2. And
mhm,
again, it's just been so many years. There's so many droids. Remember, he lives in Tatooine. He's in the cantina. There's not
mhm,
droids in the cantina, but there's droids all over Mos Eisley. So how
yeah,
many R2s has he seen in the past, however many years?
yeah,
Thousands. Uh, so he's not going to assume, oh, that's R2 right away. I just again, a lot of time has passed here. So
Yeah, and that is honestly that is very much a reasonable argument and everything for. I mean, you can make the argument either way. Truth be told, you can make the argument that he did eventually realize that that was R2D2 that was with Luke, or you can make the argument that he was by and large oblivious or anything, or just wasn't at it wasn't at the forefront of his mind. As you said, he's got other things that are much more important. He's still trying to dodge the Empire because he is probably on the Empire's bounty list, or everything, or at least to the very least on Vader's own personal bounty list. If you come across this Jedi, capture if you can, kill if you have to.
Yeah, and also I want to remind everyone that while Obi-Wan has interaction with R2, it's not his droid. Obi-Wan, if you remember in the prequels, had R4. That's who was his mech droid. Yeah. So it's not even like, R2 was always with him. R2 actually was more so with Anakin. So for him to have that disconnect is not that unbelievable to me,
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So anyways, okay, so now we again scale, and I also want to point out, the detailing of the ship. That doesn't look like a plastic model to me. I mean, I'm like, as a kid looking at this, and even now as an adult, and I'm like, man, that's, if you really looked at it and really got, looking at every little detail, okay, yeah, you can, but you got to remember that this is moving. You're seeing it happening, and you're not at all getting this impression of, oh, this is a toy. I mean, you're getting the impression of this massive thing is sucking up this ship, and then again, as far as scale, now you really see the scale because it's gobbling up this Tantive 4 like it's a little guppy. So yeah.
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
And then of course you've got the infiltration of the Empire onto the blockade runner, onto the Tantive 4, and you've got that shootout, and you've got a very good build up and everything to that confrontation between the troops on the Tantive 4 and the quite literally thousands of stormtroopers that are going to come, that could potentially come pouring through that entryway. And you hear the sound overhead and everything in the hallway there with the rebel troops in the hallway, and they hear the Empire latching on and attaching and getting ready to board, and it's all building tension. You don't realize just how brutal of a firefight they're about to go into. Both sides have barely any cover whatsoever, but the rebels are doing the best they can to hold off the Empire and everything. Obviously, they do get overwhelmed, but just that whole buildup within those few minutes and everything, they have the close-ups of the rebel soldiers there in the hallway. You hear the music starting to build and everything in a tempo, and then you finally see the sparks coming as the soldiers, the stormtroopers are coming through the door and everything to go into the Tantive. It blows out, and then the stormtroopers just come pouring through. It's like a massive wall of light just coming at the rebels, and they don't have unlimited troops. I don't know if this is something that everybody knows, but a Imperial class Star Destroyer and Imperial 2 class Star Destroyer quite literally has, I think, at least 2,000 stormtroopers just in a ship and everything. So they can overwhelm you with just sheer numbers, not to mention all the mechanized equipment like the walkers and all the other ground vehicles that a Star Destroyer would have stowed and everything in its transport base or what have you. But you get the impression that these are battle-hardened troops and everything on both sides. But the thing is, the Empire has numbers, and it just eventually it's like a wave that just comes crashing in on you, and the rebels keep getting pushed back. And of course, you've got R2 and 3PO there caught in the middle of the crossfire, and you get that reference later on and everything when they're there in the garage on the Lars homestead. And Luke makes the comment, "You've all got a lot of carbon scoring," which means to tell you they did get hit during that firefight, but they just didn't get damaged, thankfully.
Right. Well, and I'm going to show you something here in a second. It's funny because like the stuff that you say, it's like ironically I'm going to show, but no worries. Part of why I chose this screen is because we all know what happens. The door, gets blasted, and I wanted to show that the numbers, that there was a ton of stormtroopers. And I also wanted to show that, you know, because people always make fun, like stormtroopers can't shoot anything and they're so terrible. No, actually, they're very deadly and they're very capable.
Yes.
They're not Jedi. They're not, you know, the top clone squad, but they are serious. They are terrorizing the galaxy, and the Empire isn't just you know, taking over out of fear, out of like, you know, because we say so. The Empire is literally going in and like killing people and taking over you know, planets and systems, and you know, it's serious. The stormtroopers are something to be reckoned with. Granted, um their main advantage, or their main what's the word I'm looking for, they very much count on numbers. They outnumber you, you know.
Their strategy.
Granted, their strategy or their way of doing it right is by overwhelming you. So by all means, it's not to say that they're elites and they're all perfect, but they're also not as like boneheaded as kind of, especially Disney portrays them.
Yes.
You know, they're not super special, but they're plenty capable.
They're well, they go through rigorous training. If whether you're a stormtrooper, you're just a regular soldier in the Imperial Army, you go through rigorous training. You have some of the best equipment that the Empire can afford to equip you with. And they don't just give this equipment to blockheads who don't know how to shoot or know any type of military strategy. Will I say that the rank and file stormtrooper is like as brilliant a mind of, as say, Maximilian Veers, General Maximilian Veers from Empire Strikes Back? No.
Right. No, of course. Right.
But they've got good leadership in the Imperial military. And these guys on their own are independent thinkers and know how to work within the structure of the Imperial military. They know how to get the job done. And they realize that the next mission very well may be their own, but they believe, to whatever extent you want to argue, they believe in the mandate of the Empire.
Yeah.
So
and again, while they're not elite and, you know, gonna only be able to go so far or do so much, you can leave a garrison of stormtroopers, and like even like on Cloud City, you know, Vader's like, I would hate to have to leave a garrison of stormtroopers. Like, that's serious. If you've got stormtroopers, you don't need to have them babysit it. Like, they can do what they need to do, and they can hold down a situation, and they're very capable. So yeah, I wanted to. Horror Nation said a lot of people say stormtroopers can't shoot, but I always direct them to the scene. And yes, take into consideration that they're coming through a little doorway, so they're in a bottleneck. So technically, the rebels have a slight advantage here in this hallway because they are coming through this bottleneck. But yet they still get through. They still kill the rebels, and they still, you know, manage to overtake them. So they very much can shoot. They very much kill the rebels here, and the ones they don't kill, they capture. So they're very capable.
Oh yeah.
You know, people you know, are always kind of crapping on stormtroopers, and you know, I'm not saying they're the greatest, but there are much more they're fierce, and they're not to be taken so lightly.
No.
So as you were saying, I happened to catch this shot. This is where the two droids run across, and you can see that that bolt goes right across 3PO's back there. That's the closest one. So sure enough, you know, they get some scarring from the battle. And I think it's a neat part of the film, especially here in the beginning, how they run across and, you know, they kind of weave through the shots, you know, unintentionally. They just are droids and just going through to the best of their ability, but it's just a kind of a neat thing. And again, the stormtroopers are gunning down these rebels. And well, yeah. So you see them run across, and I thought you would like that. How I caught the laser there going right across 3PO's back. Another thing I thought was neat about this is, as we see it in images, you're going to see a lot of little details and things that you don't see when you just watch the film. So, very next shot is you see the man in black. You can see the dead bodies here. You can see, you know, the skirmish that just happened. It's still very smoky. You kind of just see a silhouette.
Yeah.
This stormtrooper immediately when he comes through, not that you needed that reinforcement, but there is a reinforcement of him like, oh, Vader just came in, and he like steps up, kind of steps back and gets to attention.
Well, and the other two flanking the door do the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And at this point you have no clue who this is, but I think that most people like myself was like, oh yeah, that's the bad guy. That's the guy that's going to be the problem. And he's the big guy, maybe he's not the ultimate boss, but this is the guy that's the problem. You know, he's the antagonist.
This is the enforcer of the Emperor's will. This is the Empire's will, and I would say in some ways made manifest.
Right. The symbol of the Empire.
Yeah. Well, right. As to kind of refer back briefly to the prequels, I want you to be the voice of the Republic, and now he is quite literally the voice. He is the symbol. He is the visage of just how fearsome and how terrifying the Empire truly can be. And yeah, the first time I can remember, honestly, the first time I saw Vader on screen, I'm like, holy crap. This is a distinct figure, to say. Okay, I didn't think of it that way, but just to kind of verbalize as an older man what I was thinking as a kid.
Right.
Holy crap, this guy is not to be screwed with. This guy.
And I don't know any other movie moment where a guy walks in and you have that utter like pit in your stomach, like, uh-oh, this is, you know, you don't need confirmation. You don't have to hear him talk. You don't you immediately know that this is the guy and that this is going to be scary. You know, that this is serious. And I don't know any other film or show or comic or anything where like someone walks in and has had the impact of this, like this scene of Vader when he walks in. And just touching on Rogue real quick, I think it is cool. You know, he comes in, he does all the lightsaber and all that stuff. But to tell you the truth, subtlety often does a lot more and goes a lot farther. And I think that it's awesome that the stormtroopers came in, did their job, cleaned up, and then Vader kind of wouldn't even bother. He wouldn't come in until it was under control. You know, like he's not going to even waste his time with these little rebel scum. This is a way below him. So for him to come in and be chopping them all up, it was cool. It was awesome. And we all love Vader, want to see him hacking people down. I get it. But I think that this is much more impactful where the stormtroopers come in, do their business, and then, you know, the leader, the guy comes in and you're just like, you know, and you hear the music, dun, 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 you know, like it really had an impact. And again, in 77, I was like, oh my, whoa. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to elaborate on that, but yeah, you know, to me, that's a scene that there's no other like that.
Well, no, he cuts such a stark contrast against just the entire space that he inhabits. He quite literally sucks up all the oxygen in that space.
Yes.
Your eyes are fixed on him.
Yes.
In that shot. I mean, even though the hallway there on the Tantive is smoke filled, you hear that breathing. You see him walk through that door. You hear the musical cue, and you're like, this guy could kick my butt and not think twice about it. And yeah, the scene there at the end of Rogue One, yeah, that was an absolute delight for me. I still love that scene to death. But yes, I can appreciate subtlety, subtle portrayal for a character. And this particular introduction of Vader, it's subtle, but it's impactful and everything. And I think it's a good counterbalance in a lot of ways to the scenes that we do have in Rogue One. Granted, he's only in 2 scenes in the entire run of Rogue One, but that last scene at the end where he's in the hallway and he is going full Dark Lord of the Sith on those poor rebel troops and everything in that hallway. Yes, that scene is very visceral. It is very impactful. It's very powerful. But this scene is just as much so, but it does it all with subtlety.
Right.
And everything. You don't see him. You don't see him attacking anyone. You don't see him doing any overt action. He just walks through the door. He surveys the scene, and then he walks on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's the better way of going about the scene.
Yeah.
We all want to see Vader get loose, by all means, but I just think that this was much bigger. Okay, so I'm going to point out 3 things real quick, and we'll move to the next one. But first, and we're going to see a lot more of this, but I want you to look at the hallway. There's no wasted space here. There's so much detail in the walls, the curved bottom part of the walls, all the kind of boxes sticking out, the little buttons, and maybe not buttons, but like little things on little details, right? So just first of all, having the eye to consider all those details, but also in 90 and 77 to out of plastic or whatever materials they were using to create this. Also the paint, it's not like it's a flat white. I mean, it's got this kind of a sheen. I also want to give credit to Lucas for not just the cinematography, like the angle and again the point of Vader just walking in, but look at the contrast here. You kind of touched on it. You've got the rebels that are bluish gray. You've got the white stormtroopers and everything. The room is white. The smoke is white. And then you've got this very distinct black menace. Literally the darkness walks into the room, right? And it's like, okay, this is trouble. So, the other thing I was going to mention is up to this point, who and what have we seen? We've seen ships. We've seen a few droids. Then we see rebels, which not to say they're unimportant, but they're generic soldiers. Okay. Then we see stormtroopers. Again, not to diminish them, but at the end of the day, they're troops. They're generic soldiers. So the first main character we see is Darth Vader. But Darth Vader, you don't see him. When I say you don't see him, he's in a suit, so you don't know if he's human. Technically, we don't know if he's human or a robot or what. At this point, you just see this thing come in, so you technically don't know. And furthermore, I was going to mention, right when the stormtroopers are first coming through, you technically don't know. Are they clones? Are they humans? Are they aliens? Are they robots? We don't know until a few seconds later you see them moving around, and you say, okay, they're humanoids, right? So the point here that I'm making is the first real main character you see is Vader, and the only humans you see are kind of inconsequential, stormtroopers and rebels. So why that? Go ahead.
Well, the other thing I was going to remark on, this quite literally just popped in my head. This still that you have here. If you look at all the as you mentioned the angles, but if you look at the silhouette or the shape that Vader makes and everything, it's almost like the shadow of or a shade of death has just walked onto this ship. I mean, as you said, we don't know if he is human or mechanical, but even just that very distinct silhouette that he cuts there through all that white.
Right.
It's like death or just deep personification of darkness has walked into this space, and it's something that absolutely terrifies you. And I think I'm amazed I hadn't caught this up until now. I guess it's just the fact that it's a still and everything that I'm looking at, but it's such an imposing and ominous and intimidating figure that walks into this space, and you're like, this is a person of importance. This is a person not to be trifled with, and all the other things that we've already said and everything previously.
Right.
But
and I think that that's what Lucas was going for, and I think the word you're looking for is the Grim Reaper stepped into the room.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's literally like death. Like you sense like, oh shit, this is a whole other level from what we just saw. Like this is the Grim Reaper. All of darkness and evil has just walked in and consumed the room. Yes. So yes, absolutely. And again, like I said, seeing the stills, you're going to notice things that you probably didn't pick up on and get more impact when you really start to look at this stuff. So part of my point of you seeing Vader being the first main character and the other two characters that you see are very inconsequential. Who is the first human of any importance that you see? You see their face, you see that they're flesh, you see that they're somewhat of importance. You can assume right away that's Princess Leia. So who, everyone that says there's no females in Star Wars, the first freaking important human you see is Princess Leia.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to put that whole ridiculous argument 20,000 feet under the dirt, because again, if you have that mentality and you say those words out of your mouth, you just haven't watched Star Wars, or you didn't pay attention, or you haven't watched it in 20 years and you're forgetting, because the first main character you see is Princess freaking Leia.
Yep.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So I don't want to hear that there's not enough women or they're not strong enough. I'm going to show you 1,000 examples in these pictures of a strong female, and that is our princess. So very iconic scene, as we all know. You know, Leia, you haven't seen her up close, you haven't heard her speak, but you immediately see her with R2. Well, you don't even know R2's name, but you see her with R2, and she's obviously doing something. You don't know what, but you can presume that she's either hitting a button or something, or putting some sort of data into R2. And it's just a very iconic scene, which is something that I don't want to really talk about the sequel trilogies, but I don't have any like iconic scenes that I can think of with the Disney stuff. And just A New Hope, never mind the OT entirely, has so many iconic moments, whether it be vocally or visually or emotionally. And this scene, I mean, if you have watched movies, if you're into film, if you're into pop culture, you know this. You have seen this. You, even if you haven't seen the movie, you have seen this. You know that that's Princess Leia, you know, doing something with R2D2. It's very recognizable. It's a part of world history and world, you know, knowledge. And it's just a very iconic and special scene. Again, if you look around, the walls, the lighting, nothing's wasted. Everything is detail and a lot of care. This stuff, if you look, it looks a little bit plasticky if you're really looking at it closely. But again, you know, the movie's moving and you're not, you know, focused on that. It looks more than plenty realistic, believable that you're in this cargo hold of this ship. So, you know, and R2 doesn't look cheap either. I mean, he really looks like a droid, and she's doing whatever she is doing at this moment.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't know yet. So,
yeah, we don't know as of yet what's going on.
right.
But, you know, and, you know, it's interesting if you contrast this still with the previous one. You've got a white clothed individual that's standing in a hallway that's very dark in contrast.
Yes.
I think that you've got lots of grays, you've got blacks, you've got some chrome in a manner of speaking, but it's almost like she's being swallowed up in a manner of speaking by Shadow herself, whereas Vader is the shadow coming into the pristine space and everything and just kind of encompassing it. But in this instance, it's a person that's clothed in white and everything that strikes a very different silhouette in a lot of ways in comparison.
Right.
And she's, we know what she's doing at this point. She's making the holographic recording for Obi-Wan and everything. And she's putting the program or the plan disk for the Death Star into R2, into that memory slot just below his main sensor eye, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that the contrast here. This is all white with the darkness, the focus on the baddie, and then you got all dark and the focus, the white of R2 and Leia. And so it's a very, very visual in the back of your mind. You're automatically saying, okay, this is the bad and this is the good. You know, and again, this is credit to George Lucas. You know, so people criticize a lot of his stuff, but he knew what he was doing. this from one shot to the next, he's showing you that stark contrast, and they're in the same ship. They're just in a different part of the ship. So
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. So, they start rounding up the rebels. You can see there's all the dead rebels laying around. The stormtroopers are kind of in different positions. I chose this shot because, not only is it pretty iconic, but also to, again, scale. You see that Vader's a much bigger and taller guy than the rest of us. And that he's got this rebel, left-handed, by the way, up in the air, just choking him like he's kind of like a action figure.
Doll.
Yeah, like a rag doll, like it's like his little kind of like Spaceballs, his action figure, right, of a rebel troop. And he's just holding him up like it's nothing. And again, the scale of it, the detail around the room, again, the very white kind of ambiance, but then Vader, stark in the middle. And this is the first time you really get a good look at him. You hear his voice, and you're immediately like, okay, you knew when you walked in he was a problem, and now it's like he's immediately flexing and he's showing you like, don't mess with this guy.
Just how much of a problem, you can almost hear, you can hear the dialogue.
Yeah.
Where are those plans?
Right.
And you hear Antilles saying, "This is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission. If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador?"
Exactly.
And I hear, "Please don't kill me."
and this is the thing. It's like with the new movies, I don't remember any of the music. I don't remember any of the dialogue. I barely remember the scenes. It's like that stuff doesn't impact you and stick with you. Whereas this from 1977, most people can quote and know what's going on. Like, as I'm showing these pictures, I know that people are going to be having, the feelings of nostalgia and be able to pick up and remember the dialogue because it's so, iconic and embedded in you. So, but yeah, I wanted to show, the massive size and scale and power of Vader here. And then, a follow-up to that is you see not only the height and mass.
I think that's the first shot we see and everything, and then they pan up or they zoom out, one of the two. They pan out or zoom up to Vader holding Antilles by his throat. And you get the sense that, okay, not only is this guy visually menacing, he's physically powerful.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's holding a full-grown man by the throat, one-handed, and he's not even breaking a sweat doing it.
Right. And there's
go ahead.
There's a like a wrestling move called the choke slam. But that, so you grab someone by the choke and you like put them up and then slam them down. But that's like all one motion of like up and then you slam them down. Vader's like suspending, just holding them like like an apple, just kind of holding them up there like it's nothing. So, it's very impressive. It's very menacing. You see the size difference, and I mean, how this guy is almost to the knees of the stormtrooper behind him. So you're talking about, a foot, 2 feet off the ground.
At least, I would say he's at least maybe a foot and a half off the ground.
Yeah, about a foot.
So,
yeah. So, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we get the first up close shot of the princess.
Yeah.
It's kind of fast because she kind of moves across, and you're seeing her in a bit of stress. So you only get a moment of her, but you get a good, first view of Carrie. And immediately, again, female character, she's got a big gun in her hand, and she's obviously the cause of this conflict on this ship. She's obviously important because she stands out. While she has her space hair buns, I think it also was not, it wasn't just to be like, well, this is space, so this is how we do our hair. It was to show her royalty, to show her, she has I don't know that she has handmaidens, but she would have her hair done elaborately because she's a princess,
Yes.
you know? So right from the beginning, you see her, you know, ready to go. She's not playing games. And,
Hmm.
you know, when you look in retrospect to the prequels, you definitely see Padme in her. You know, she's a serious,
Yes,
a
I
tough
would.
cookie.
I would. Yeah, yeah. I would wholeheartedly agree with that assessment because you get the impression that this is a woman that knows how to handle herself.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you learn through a lot of the expanded universe materials and everything that she had military training, she had diplomatic training, and so on. That Bale and everything could protect herself if needs be. I mean, he did his best to try and shelter her from the conflict, but she was like, "I want to be in the middle." She's like, "I want to help. Let me help." And he obviously was like, okay, you want to help with the rebellion? Fine. But you're going to go through weapons training. You're going to learn how to handle yourself in a combat situation, at least to the extent that I can give you that type of training. Now, obviously, the Organas, they had the means to bring in um, weapons trainers, possibly even self defense or martial arts, or to whatever extent that might have existed in the Star Wars universe. So this is a woman that probably not only could handle herself with a weapon, but she could probably handle herself hand to hand if needs be. Everything. So this was a woman that you also, and you could just tell by the expression on her face. She is focused, she is ready, and she will defend herself and everything by means necessary.
Right. Well, and I think that everything that you just said is absolutely right on the nail. Real quick, the CJH, thanks for stopping in. This channel is it started in November, so fairly new. I appreciate the sub. And the eyeballs, I assume you're like, your eyes are popping because of the babe, Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia, that you're seeing. Yes, she was very beautiful. That was another thing. She was, you knew she was no nonsense, but like, oh wow, you know, that's a cutie pie,
She
you know.
she was, yeah,
Uh,
she was what you would call statuesque.
yeah, and you know, I like women a little bit curvier and thicker. So she wasn't like my ideal woman, but also remember, this is 1977. So at that
Yes.
time, I mean, she was serious babedom, you know, by all means. She was the real deal.
I
She was beautiful and intelligent and tough. And I wanted to touch real quick on what you were saying, how she could handle herself. I think this was part of the charm of Leia. You wouldn't be able to just like kidnap her or just walk up to her and like smack her around. She would be able to handle herself.
yeah.
But she's also not like a black belt in martial arts or an Ahsoka Tano. Like, she's feminine. She's a
Yeah.
little bit weak, a little bit soft, a little bit gentle. So while she would not take any shit, she's gonna fight you and she's gonna scrap,
Mhm.
and she's capable. On the same token, she still had that little bit, that femininity, and that
Yes.
a little bit of vulnerability to her, and that's why we loved her, was because she wasn't like, you know, so great she doesn't need anybody, and she wasn't so, you know, marshmallowy that like, oh, poor Leia can't do anything. She was like this perfect balance of tough
Mm.
and sweet and
Fem-
gentle and stern, and like she had the balance of all these things. So
Yeah.
yes, you could gather that she was educated and versed and experienced and a scrappy person, but on the
Yes.
same token, you never felt like, oh, I couldn't speak to her or she's unattainable. Like, she's just a girl at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So, you know,
She's the
that's
girl next door. She's the girl next door from a galaxy far, far away.
right. Right. Very well said. Yes, absolutely. So, you know, that was the charm, and she really pulled it off.
She did.
You know,
And
she really
we'll get to it in a few minutes because she even goes up against possibly the most intimidating figure in this entire movie, and she
right,
doesn't bulk. She doesn't
right.
back down. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, we're getting there. I thought this was a cool scene. The stun gun, I just it's cool, the blue ring. When I saw it, I took exactly what it is, that it's the stun. I didn't think she got shot. I saw the
Mhm.
different color, the blue ring, and I knew that she's too important for them to just gun her down. I knew that they were trying to capture her, you know. So it was obvious to me that it was a stun shot, and then obviously, I just thought was a cool screenshot. And then obviously you see the next shot, which most people probably don't realize is there's right when she gets hit, and she almost looks like a Force ghost. She's all lit up blue there.
She does, doesn't she?
Yeah.
I noticed that myself.
And then she, of course, you know, stumbles over because she gets stunned, and they capture her. Now, I also want to mention that just before, where we saw her with the pistol, she steps out and shoots at the stormtroopers. She could have crept around. She could have hid. I think she purposely did this to buy the droids time. It wasn't just her like, well, I'm stuck, I gotta do this. No, I think she purposely was like, they're not gonna shoot me because I'm too important. So I'm gonna jump out here, get their attention, shoot one or two of them, and they're gonna obviously capture me. But that gives me the opportunity, or better said, gives R2 the opportunity to get out of Dodge and get those plans. Because Leia, as important as she is, and she knows it, she also understands that it's not about her. It's about the rebellion, and it's about the galaxy, and that she would make the sacrifice of potentially getting killed, but she knew she was going to get captured for R2 to get those plans out of there. So, you know, again, showing leadership and maturity and wisdom and, you know, all these traits that, you know, you would hope that
you would necessarily, that you wouldn't necessarily place upon a woman of her years or anything, because you figure she's in her late teens, maybe in her 20s, and most women that age or anything aren't, I'm not saying not all aren't that mature, but by and large, and to a certain extent, they aren't always this mature, because obviously they're not in a combat situation and what have you. So the fact that you have Leia portrayed the way that she is portrayed in this movie and throughout the entire original trilogy just shows you how much depth there is to her.
Yes.
And the fact that she can hold her own in any situation pretty much. Everything except when she's cornered, quite literally there on the command center of the in due course and everything. But yeah, she's by no means ordinary damsel in distress. She might be a damsel. She's by no means in distress.
Right. Exactly. Maybe a little stressed, but not distressed.
Stressed out, sure, you would be.
Yeah, and you see her emotion, even in the sequel trilogy, you see her emotion, but not once does Leia lose her shit and is like, oh my God, I'm panicking, I'm breaking down, I'm losing it. No, not once. Her and Padme, they're, you know, to the end, they'll fight it out. They're going to go all the way with it, and they both, at the end of the day, are about the Republic, and they're going to do whatever is necessary for the Republic. And I also want to mention real quick that this is the stark contrast of not only Lucas and Disney, but Leia and Rey. Because some people might say, well, you guys just said all these wonderful things about Leia, and she's so special. Isn't she a Mary Sue? Well, no. Because Leia, number one, grew up in royalty. So she would have been very well educated. She grew up, she was born during the Clone Wars. So she would have had a childhood of seeing the Empire oppressing things. She would have done some sort of training, physical training, gun training, military and tactical training. Remember, her adopted father, Bail Organa, was someone in the Senate and that had his own resources. So she had every opportunity to grow up set up for this. Also, she is the daughter of the Chosen One. So I put much more weight of you being Anakin's daughter than being, you know, some random person who at the last minute you're Palpatine's daughter, although we know that's a whole farce. But, you know, there's a big contrast and stark difference.
Now, just briefly to say this, Yeah, yeah. There's a very big gap between Leia and Rey because Leia does go through adversity. Leia does get knocked down, and she has to pick herself back up because she does go through tragedy in her life. She doesn't pretty much just breeze through everything like it doesn't affect her one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
She has to come to grips with the fact that, and I know we'll get to this in a little bit, the fact that her adoptive or to her home world is obliterated.
Mm-hmm.
Practically everyone she knows is killed in a matter of seconds. And there's not a whole lot of reaction to that and everything in the movie, but you can make inference, and I think it's educated and it's justified inference, that this is very devastating for her. Her mother and her father are dead. Her friends, her family, all of it is gone.
Her entire race, her entire planet just poofed. Yeah.
Although technically speaking, we know this or anything because of the prequel movies. She would more likely be her planet of origin. You can make the argument her planet of origin was actually Naboo, and to the best of our knowledge, Naboo was never destroyed or anything by the Empire. Or it was probably subjugated, yeah, probably, but it was never destroyed and anything. But that's a minor point, truth be told.
Well, technically, the twins are born on Coruscant, are they not?
No, they're actually born on that medical asteroid station. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, yeah, yep.
But if you just want to look at the genealogy of the family, if you want to go back through the mother's side, Padme's side, Luke and Leia would have been their planet of origin you could put down as Naboo. Or if you preferred, you could put down Tatooine in a matter of speaking, because Anakin's half brother and sister-in-law live there.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, Anakin and Ben are related, or Owen and Anakin are related by marriage, but not by, they are related by blood because I would assume they share the same mother. Because I'm going to guess that, no, that wouldn't make sense either. I'm guessing that, I'm guessing that Ben would actually, or Owen would be his stepbrother.
Stepbrother, yes.
Yeah.
Because there was no father for Anakin, but it's the same mother, Shmi. So yes, awkward stepbrother.
Stepbrother more so because I'm guessing, considering their age, that Owen was not Shmi's son and everything. And if you remember, Owen identifies Beru as his girlfriend at the time in Attack of the Clones.
Right.
So my guess is the old man, Ben, or Owen's father, Klieg, had been married previously. Maybe the wife, his first wife, died, and he ended up marrying Shmi, and that would in fact make Owen Anakin's stepbrother, not half brother.
Right.
And that would.
I guess that's never fully explained. It could go either way. That I guess I kind of assumed that he got married to Shmi. They started their own family, and she had another kid. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is a previous child. It's never really explained.
It's not explained, but if you just look at the age of Owen,
right, he's almost the same age as Anakin.
So it would be
right.
They're pretty. I would say that Anakin and Owen were pretty close in age.
Right.
So for Shmi to have conceived Owen, it doesn't make logical sense and everything, because you figure a term of pregnancy in the Star Wars universe is pretty much close to ours.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point that it was probably from the other marriage. By the way, the twins are 19 here.
Okay.
Because you had mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
So anyways, So that's the main, thing with Leia, is that she was brought up in the Republic with a lot of wealth by very educated and good people. Remember that her father was directly involved with Yoda and Mace and all of them. So he would have a lot of knowledge of the Force and of Jedi and of all kinds of things. So while he couldn't teach her directly things about, right, because he's not a Jedi, but he could give you that kind of secondhand accounting of everything that was going on. So Leia would have been privy to a lot of things, not just because of her wealth and affluence, but also because of the connection that her father had. She would have known a lot of things that the average person would have known. So she was growing up being molded to, be very resilient. And I'm sure that Bale probably took extra measures to teach her how to do hand-to-hand and how to shoot a pistol and how to, do things, because he would want her to be able to protect herself. So,
yeah. Well, this is a really little small thing. When they used to do the Star Wars Tales comic book series through Dark Horse, they actually they had a short story that talks about. It's called the Princess Leia Diaries, which is kind of an allusion back to the Princess Diaries movies, and it talks about her going through all this education and training and so on, and everything. It has an initial interaction between her and Grand Moff Tarkin, but he was off at the time. He hadn't gotten to that level, but anyway, moving on.
Yeah. So anyways, this shot real quick was just again for scale. You see again the massive Star Destroyer, the tent of getting swallowed up, and then here's the escape pod coming out. So it's just giving you some scale. And again, you see inside of this, cargo hold, all of the detail. It's just not a single inch of this is not considered. I mean, it is just so much detail that they put into this stuff, so much love, so much time. I can't even imagine creating this. And it's not like you're putting together a model kit. They're literally fabricating all of this from scratch. It's amazing. And again, if you sit here and stare at it, you're gonna be like, that's a plastic model. But when you're watching this happening, you have no impression of this being a toy. You have like, this is really happening. And then again, for scale, they're going down to Tatooine, and you see, just the massiveness of space, and the Star Destroyer there. It looks pretty cool. Looks like a Dorito. Yeah.
The Dorito of death.
Yeah, Dorito of death. Another shot for scale. You're seeing, the escape pod and of course Tatooine. By the way, the planets look, amazing. That doesn't look like some cheap drawing. I mean, that looks like a freaking planet. Like if you were in space, you would, at least what we would imagine what a planet would look like. I mean, that's very well done. And reminding everyone, this is 1977, way before any kind of digital technology or really any kind of effects. I mean, this is just a very believable shot. It doesn't look fake. All right, so they captured Leia. They bring her to Vader. Again, this was for scale. You see the dark side and then the light. You see her height compared to everyone else, and Vader, how he towers over everyone. And touching briefly on what we were just saying about Leia, she doesn't take any crap. Did I lose you there?
You did for a second. I'm back now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, I see you back. No, I was just saying that for scale, you got Leia here, and you see the contrast. Vader's just towering over everyone. You see all the whiteness, and then how Vader stands out. And how we were saying a minute ago how Leia's a tough cookie. Well, immediately Vader's wanting to interrogate her, and she's surrounded, and she's like, I don't care what you say, what are you doing here? And she's just giving him lip. And it's so ironic that neither one of them knows that this is your teenage daughter, like, talking smack to you, Dad.
Yeah.
So it's like when you look back in hindsight, forget that they're, you know, light side, dark side, in the stars, a princess, a dark Sith Lord. You just look at it as, you know, dad and his teenage brat daughter that's like, you know, talking smack to him. Not that she's a brat, but like in this instant, you know, it's like she's giving him, you know, flack, and it's
She's
just
like,
so it's such
the
a
Imperial Senate will not sit still for this.
right.
She's like, Dad. And I've seen fan dubs of this scene and everything where they've replaced her voice with somebody else's and what have you. But honestly, this exchange right here, this is not some weak, timid little woman or anything that's going to kowtow just because this guy's bigger than her. She'll give it back to him just as much as he will give it to her. And he calls her out on it. He's like, you're part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. And he's like, take her away. And you got that one Imperial officer there to the side and everything who's saying, holding her is dangerous.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care. I can give to who. Vader's like, I don't care about the Imperial Senate. I've been sent by the Emperor to destroy this Rebel Alliance, and I'm going to do it. And I'll go through whoever I have to do it.
Yep. He
so,
doesn't care that
she's or not. I think she's in my mind a traitor now. So I'm going to do what I have to root out this rebellion and crush it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think it's also interesting because if anyone's privy to who Darth Vader is, it would be Princess Leia. She has all the intel, she has all the resources, and I'm sure she's heard of all kinds of stuff that he's done. Mm-hmm. But even then, I don't think she fully realizes, like, this is the chosen one. This is the Dark Lord of the Sith. Like, he could literally flick his finger and just crush her, you know? Like, I don't know that she even understands the magnitude of, like, forget just like the physical, his size. Like, he could literally just crush her like nothing. And she's like, I don't care who you are. I don't care how big and bad or your, you know, big black helmet or who you're breathing. I don't care about none of that. Like, I'm Princess Leia, and you're not going to boss me around. Yeah. It's really great scene. It really is awesome. Again, you know, iconic scene. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So this shot I captured because I really love how her head is more to the left, her right. And then she kind of like tilts it the way she's looking at, he's like talking, and she just tilts it like, again, like a daughter, like, whatever, Dad, mm-hmm. You know, like not even realizing it, but she just tilts her head, just kind of like, you know, I just thought it's great. And again, her, you know, her really selling it. I mean, you really buy into, like, she is not hearing it and she's totally like, whatever. And then this scene, you know, she's like, literally right here, she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, she is fully committed. She is fully playing her role. She is not going to give an inch. And even though she knows that he knows that she's the princess and that she's up to something, she's still selling it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm just on a diplomatic mission, and you can't prove it, and I'm buying time, and right now R2 and C-3PO are on their way down to Tatooine, and you're wasting time interrogating me. So in the back of her mind, she's like, I'm just stalling, and I've got this big fool distracted. Whereas, you know, Vader thinks he's intimidating her, and they think, well, we've got the princess, you know. So it's an interesting contrast of the mentalities on both sides. How Leia this whole time is like, yes, the plans are getting down to the surface. What's going to happen next? I don't know, but at least they're off this ship and they slipped through Vader's fingers. That's what she's thinking. So
it's almost like she's playing chess pretty much on her own against the entirety of the entire military might of the Empire, including their chief enforcer,
right,
who is quite literally the face, the voice of the Empire. And this is a person that you do not want to trifle with. And she's like, up yours, pal. You don't scare me. My own father isn't afraid of you. Because I know I'm bringing in some stuff from the outside with the expanded universe, but there's a book and everything called Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader, and there's actually a scene. This takes place right after Revenge of the Sith, essentially, and there's actually a chapter or part of the book and everything where Vader goes to Alderaan, and he realizes who Bail is and everything, but Bale's got his wife and their daughter, well, Leia, sequestered off somewhere else, and he's doing his best to shelter and shield Leia and his wife from Vader so that Vader doesn't connect the dots or anything, or doesn't try to get any leverage on top of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine Bale probably told Leia all of Vader's little tricks. He'll try and do this and this and this and this.
Yeah.
So, don't fall for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Bale, remember, is conscious that Anakin is Darth Vader because he knew Anakin beforehand. So when Leia was growing up, he didn't tell her that, but he did say, hey, Vader came into the temple and killed all the Jedi and killed the younglings and did this and did that over the years. So she would know like the Vader version of it. But, certainly Bale, again, would have been privy to certain events because he was so tightly knit with the Jedi Council there. So, just another, what can I say, affirmation for Leia being who she is. And, her lovely buns. I don't even know how they pulled that hair off, but it's so iconic. She was so pretty, so strong here. For anybody listening, and especially Disney, look at this shot and learn what Star Wars is, what a female character is, because here it is. This is, this really personifies what a strong woman can and should be. She doesn't have to be the best. She doesn't have to overpower everyone. Vader, again, could crush her like a toothpick, and yet she's asserting herself and like making him kind of like, whoa, So it's pretty amazing. Horror Nation, yes, father scolds his daughter, absolutely, and without knowing it, right? She doesn't realize it, and he doesn't realize it, but they're totally in that teenage daughter-father dynamic, and it's beautiful. It really was so masterfully done.
It was.
This scene I grabbed because, again, no space is wasted. Look at all the detail back here. Look at all the lights and switches and knobs. And I mean, do you understand how much time it would have taken these guys to build just that little corridor shot?
A lot.
And this kind of detail and love isn't even in new movies. This is part of what's told this.
It depends on the movie, but yeah, I would agree with you to a point on that.
Yeah, well, I won't say no movies. There are, some people that do a lot of detail, but put it to you this way: in 1977, there was nothing anywhere close to what this is.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
The level of detail, the lighting, the contrast, the non-wasted space, even like the ridges in the door and the lines here, everything, the way that the wall is shaped here, every inch is considered and thought out, and again, it's love. I mean, they truly put a lot of love into this. It mattered to them. They weren't thinking about money. They weren't thinking about are people gonna. They could have very easily just made like a white wall and be like, well, people aren't going to notice the detail, but they put in the detail, not knowing that we would get so crazy about it, but they took the time and the effort to do so, and it really paid off. That's a big part of this movie's success.
Yes.
So, okay. So the droids land on Tatooine. There's the escape pod, and this, I think, is again another iconic shot. It shows again scale. It's so cool to see the two droids, and I wanted to point out that you see how the sand is all perfectly flat, and the only thing you see is there are two tracks. So imagine a film crew. They had to go up here and set up this pod, right? Get all the angle, figure out, okay, you guys are going to walk down this hill, you're going to make your tracks, etc., etc. And then somebody had to come with like a comb or like a not a rake, but like a kind of like a squeegee sort of, and like calm down and smooth out all this sand, right? Because there would have been footprints and tracks and camera railings and all kinds of stuff, wires, things that would have been all over this. So that somebody would have been like leveling all of this to make it perfectly smooth and make it look untouched. And then these two came down and made their tracks. I mean, the effort to make this shot, again, this is not a painting. This is not a digital set. This is, they're in the desert in Tunisia, and to pull off the sand being so pristine with just their tracks, it was that in itself, just this shot right here was such an undertaking that it's just amazing, and it's beautiful. You know, it's just crazy when you think about it. And I don't know that this is directly related, but Mel Brooks obviously made Spaceballs because he was a huge Star Wars fan. And Spaceballs, while it's nutty, it's like totally canon. I mean, it's like totally on point. It makes fun of stuff, but it's like not disrespecting or going away from the story. It like literally plays off of the intricacies of Star Wars. So what I'm getting at here is the sand being so pristine. I wonder if Mel Brooks didn't see this because he's a filmmaker. He's not just an actor. He's not just a comedian, but he's a filmmaker. And I wonder if he saw this scene and was like, man, how do they pull this shot off? Like, the sand is so pristine. So then I'm thinking Spaceballs, and he's like, comb the desert. And then you got the guys like, did you find anything? No, we ain't find anything. You find anything? No, we haven't, nothing yet. And then, you know, we ain't found shit. So I'm wondering if that scene was inspired by some of these shots. You know,
I don't think there's I don't really think there's any question about that. I mean, Mel Brooks went to George Lucas and said, "Hey, I want to do a little bit of a spoof of Star Wars, like a Bobby." And Lucas like, "No," he's like, "Go for it," because you got to realize Lucas and Brooks, as you said, were both filmmakers, and I think Lucas had enough of a good sense of humor and everything, and he realized that Brooks wasn't going to disrespect anything he had done, but he was just trying to do parody of it. And he'd obviously probably seen all of Mel Brooks' previous movies, and he's like, this guy knows his stuff. This guy's been in the industry for decades before I was.
Right.
So Mel Brooks to go to George Lucas and say, hey, bud, I'm going to make the parody of Star Wars. Are you cool with it? And Lucas goes, is there any question? Of course, go for it.
Yeah.
And from what I have heard, and Lucas, I think, enjoys baseball. I mean, obviously people did too, and you've got hardcore Star Wars fans like me who can sit back and watch baseball. Oh yeah, this is a parody of Star Wars, but I'm cool with it. It's funny, it's entertaining, and everything. And that one scene, yeah, I would, as I just said a minute ago, I don't think there's any doubt that this scene right here and everything with R2 and 3PO in the desert was direct inspiration for the comb the desert scene in Spaceballs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that it's obvious that it was because of Tatooine they're doing the comb the desert, but I mean, I was trying to put the emphasis of how pristine the sand is why he took it to the level of combing the desert. You know, not just the reflection of Tatooine, but the literal, like, you know, you guys had this sand so perfect. How did you do that? Did you comb the damn desert? And then he was like, aha. You know, I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm speculating. But I could see that would be it. And as a little side note, George Lucas was always a really good sport. Robot Chicken, Family Guy, Hardware Wars. I mean, there's so many parodies of Star Wars, and he never sued anybody or got crazy. There was tons of fan films. As long as you weren't claiming and profiting from it, as long as you weren't, you know, going out of the way to be disrespectful, he was very lighthearted and said, hey, man, have fun. He likes the stuff. I've seen an interview with Seth MacFarlane. He says, my TiVo has all the Family Guy stuff on it. So, you know, he's you know, he's strange at times and he's a little recluse and he's got his things, but you know, overall he's a pretty nice guy and he's good humored. And you know, I never heard any problems with Lucas saying, you know, no, I don't want this to be made, or I don't want you to. The only thing he would have issue is like, you know, mainline story stuff. He would keep Lucasfilm from doing certain things in EU. And of course, if you wanted to do like a fan film or something, you know, it wasn't going to be canon, and you had to be respectful. But for the most part, he was like, yeah, have fun with it. He was always very good about that. That people could have fun with Star Wars. So that's something to his credit. That he's been that way. So
Very true.
So yeah, I just a beautiful shot, and again, they must have gone through hell to make all this so smooth and a pristine shot, and it's just it's amazing. Again, another pristine shot. I mean, the sand is all perfect. How do you transplant 3PO right there? And for those that may not know, this is a crate dragon. The famous crate dragons, that is the skeleton of a crate dragon. So a very cool scene. Something I always, as a kid, was like, oh, that's so cool. That, big skeleton laying here in the sand. And again, it gives gravity to the situation. Like, first of all, the scale, and, that thing was immense, but also like, you're in the middle of the desert and there's nothing. There's no water, no nothing. So basically you're in death. You're just in the middle barren of nothingness. And this native dragon couldn't survive. So what chance does 3PO have is what they're doing. They're creating stakes here. And, it works. It really works. Okay. So, that's that part with the dragon. C3PO and R2 land. 3PO's like, I don't want to hear it. I'm not going your way. And Archie's like, we got to go this way. R2 knows what's going on, but 3PO, of course. So they split ways. And here we are where 3PO was walking by himself. He passes the crate dragon. And then R2 is here in this, I don't know how to describe it, but not so barren area, let's say. And,
more craggy, but still arid. Still desolate part of the desert and everything.
Right. So this scene,
because you can have various types of desert. You can have like the
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you can have the massive. You can have like barren, very rocky, rugged terrain like this here. And it's all still considered desert by for the most, basically.
Right.
So.
So the point here is that what we're seeing now is the Jawas watching R2. Now I didn't get a screenshot of every last clip, but there's tons of cuts here, and you see Jawas like popping up in different places and like spying. It's really a cool little sequence where these little creatures, you don't know what the hell they are, these little hooded eyeballs are watching. And I grabbed a few shots because, again, the cinematography of this film, it's not just like straight on or, from the side. I mean, this is at an angle that's giving you the impression of the Jawas are creeping around and kind of peering over and watching R2. So R2's going along, and, you get that angle of being spied on. And then you see here, like this Jawa from the left side pops in, and you're like, oh, what's that creepy little thing? And then the very next shot is the reverse angle, the Jawa watching R2 passing. So this whole section is just really well done, the editing and like the emphasis, and it really sells it, the idea that these little Jawas are watching R2. It's a cool little scene. I really enjoy it. It's simple, but the camera work is very clever, and it really sells, these little Jawas. And again, live sets really give an impact,
Well, and saying shooting on location, because this was all on location in Tunisia. So, shooting on location, and even shooting on established set instead of all green or blue screen, it does punch it home for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Little fun fact, and you probably know this, but just in case you don't, and for the listeners. The first day of filming, there was a massive sandstorm. All the set got wrecked and knocked over and buried, and you couldn't even film the first day. Like the first literal day of Star Wars was a total nightmare. It was a total disaster. They had this massive sandstorm, and it was a total nightmare. And furthermore, not just the whole film, but in particular Tunisia, the Tatooine stuff was very problematic for Lucas. It's
Oh yeah.
really, a lot of people give him credit for pulling this off because it was
Yeah.
really harsh and hot and difficult. Sand gets in everything and the gears and the cracks of everything. And it
Yep.
was just a
Pretty much.
nightmare. It really was a
Mm.
nightmare. And from day one, it just like it was this huge storm and it was a mess. So yeah.
Well, and they even had the same problem when they were shooting for Phantom Menace and everything. The exact same thing happened there too. They
Mhm.
had the sets and everything for the pod race and so much of the other sets they had constructed there in Tunisia for Phantom Menace. It happened that time too.
Yep.
So it was just like, oh, good grief! They caught crab both times when they went to Tunisia. So,
Yeah. Which I think is another like brownie point, if you will, to this film, that not only are you doing
mhm.
practical effects and on location, but also like everything was going wrong. It was a very low budget, and it's not like you're making a film about cars where there's years of films of cars and you know how cars behave and you know how to film them and how to position them.
Mhm.
You're talking about like robots and aliens and weapons and
Mhm.
space and all unknown, uncharted ground, and you're trying to pull this off. It was an amazing feat. Even today, with Disney's budget, pulling off this film in the way that it was made would be a huge undertaking. So it's
Oh yeah.
pretty phenomenal that Lucas was able to do this with the resources that he had
Yes.
in 1977. Yes.
Yes.
Uh, okay, so R2 scooting along, and I love how he's like whistling. I always love how they make R2 whistle. It's like
Yeah.
it gives him so much personality. You instantly fall in love with R2. He really it's like he's a little boy. You really forget that he's this robot. He's like this sweet little innocent boy. And it's just so he's so special. So this Jawa, obviously you don't see it here in the still, but he literally like popped up.
Pops up,
He
jumps
was hidden
out.
and
Yeah.
he popped, right. He pops up. Right. So I just thought it was neat. This little guy pops up, and you the first time you
Mhm.
really see him, his little hood and his eyes, and he blasts R2. And then you see R2 getting shocked. Now, when you look at this as a still,
Mhm.
okay, in 2020 we could make better lighting. But I gotta say that
Look,
looks pretty damn good for
it does.
1977. It's a still shot.
I would say even for now it looks good.
I think
It
it
does.
looks pretty darn good. It's
It
certainly
does.
passable, and when you're not pausing it or you're not looking at a still, I mean, it looks like he's getting electrocuted.
Yeah.
Furthermore, next shot, I mean, that's totally viable, totally believable.
I would agree.
Um,
Yes. I
you
would
know,
agree.
it it it,
I
this
mean,
does
obviously this was all this was hand drawn animation that they did
sure.
with the discharge from the ion blaster
Mhm.
and everything. But it still holds up and everything 40 plus years on and everything. The effect holds up. It looks good and everything, even with the lightning that you see in Return of the Jedi and everything, that Palpatine's shooting at Luke, it's still believable.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, obviously, it's a different type of lightning. The coloring and the effect is different, but both effects hold up
Mhm.
and everything, and they don't really need any digitized enhancement. Could it hurt if they did do any type of digitized enhancement with the animated lightning in either instance? No, it wouldn't. But as it stands just on its own, it looks it's photorealistic. It's conceivable. It would make you can your mind can make that leap that says yes, that's real.
Oh yeah, it definitely sells it. And I want to mention, could it be done better today in 2020? Yeah, sure, it could be a little bit better, but it not that much better. It certainly holds up. It's certainly believable. And you have to also remember the overall scene here. One, you got the Jawas. There's little people in there, so that really sells it. They're not animatronics. They're not dummies. They're not just mannequins. I mean, these are little people moving around. You
Yep.
got this big rock here, being a real natural rock. It really gives that organic feel. It doesn't look like a styrofoam prop rock. And then again,
Mhm.
the lightning, it happens fast enough to where you're like, oh, okay. And then you combine the sound effect and R2, like, and then he drops, he falls over like a trash can. It's It's super believable, super viable. I think it's great. You could do it better in 2020, but not by much. I mean, it's really well done.
I'd
So,
agree.
yeah. Okay, so again for scale and just a gorgeous shot. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think that this is a
sunset.
painting. I think this was an actual sunset in Tunisia, I would
Yeah,
assume.
yeah,
This is
it was.
obviously a model that they're getting at an angle, but
Yeah,
I mean, what a gorgeous shot.
yeah. The sun's the whole scene and everything where they do the wipe from 3PO over to R2, and you see the sun starting to set over the skyline and
Right.
everything on Tatooine, or obviously this is Tunisia. It's a beautiful. It is truly a beautiful sunset. You don't see sunsets. You don't very often see sunsets that beautiful on in movies and everything on film.
Mhm.
And that one shot and this shot here as well, the sunset is so realistic and everything, but it also gives you a sense of passage of time and
Mhm.
everything in a manner of speaking, because the sun is, we can assume, at high noon at its height and everything when R2 and 3PO crash land there on Tatooine, and you see the passage of time through these shots, and you see the sun setting and everything. You see one day ending, and you see a day where life has been lost, and hope in some ways has been kindled and everything, and the fact that the droids have escaped and they're there on Tatooine now, and they're about to be reunited and everything by the Jawas and everything, and eventually we'll get into the next part here in a minute and everything. But yeah, that was one other thing that I found very appealing about this is they give you a sense of passage of time in this movie and everything.
Absolutely.
You figure even though it's in space and everything, you figure this was day one, and maybe 2 or 3 days pass within the events of the film.
Mhm.
So, and that's one thing that I appreciate. It gives you a sense of realism. It gives you a sense of you being immersed in this world and what have you. But not to mention, just it is quite literally just to the eye, it is a gorgeous shot of that
Yeah.
sunset.
Absolutely. And yes, Lucas was very conscious of the time of day, the passage of time, the details. These are the things that are intangibles that just really sell it and make the difference. You know, all the modern technology to make all these big ships and planets and escapes, and even Coruscant, as massive and dense as it is, it
Mhm.
still has so much detail that was what really sells it. It's not like just, a bunch of buildings stacked up on top of each other. But
No.
yeah, and I just the point here I want to make is that Lucas was very conscious of this stuff. This is not a mistake, and sometimes it makes me honestly, it kind of pisses me off when people speak so badly, like he didn't know what he's doing, and he didn't know how to direct, and he sucks, and all he knows is how to write stories. Lucas shouldn't even be involved. And it's like, guys, the whole reason we are here, the whole reason that you even know what Star Wars is, the whole reason that Disney's even making movies and all these stuff over the past 43 years is because of what we are talking about right now. This film, that a guy that had very little credibility and an insane story that he was trying to tell had so much attention to detail, so much love and just passion for this thing that he really took it to a whole other level from when anything else was created. So I don't know. It's just this shot is one of those shots that just shows you the scale, the beauty, the detail, the angle,
Mhm.
all of it. So, anyways, these little guys are carrying R2. This, of course, is a tiny little model, but at the angle that felt that they filmed it, and it just looks massive. So it's funny that it's like a little RC sandcrawler, but
It's like a little,
you totally buy it. I mean, the thing it appears massive. So,
yes, yeah.
so again,
And
scale.
then you've got, mhm. Yeah, and you've only got the box. You've just got that little box portion, but at the same time, you get a sense of just how massive these sandcrawlers are and just how diminutive the Jawas are in comparison to them. But that's part of the reason why the Jawas did employ these as their primary transports, is because they are so large, they are so heavily armored, at least to a point, and everything, and that they can defend themselves relatively well within these vehicles. And not to mention, they can keep all of their scavenge and everything safe and everything. And if you've seen artists' conceptions of how the sandcrawlers open up and the encampments that the Jawas have build and everything, it's truly impressive and everything that just with this little bit, somebody can fully conceptualize this entire vehicle. So.
Yeah, no, it's massive. And I think part of it is necessity. Remember, they're in just a big sand pit. So something that would be able to traverse all this terrain would have to have such large tread. You know, I would think that's part of the mentality here. And just a side note, on The Mandalorian, they have an episode with the Sandcrawler, and it looks much smaller. I mean, this thing is massive. So,
well, I think that actually might have been a different model Sandcrawler, because there were various models and types and everything. I think they may have all been constructed by the same company or manufacturer, but they may have constructed different models and different sizes and everything depending on the operation. So, while it might have appeared small, and I know which episode you're talking about, that could have just been a different maker model that they had and everything that the Jawas on that planet were using. So.
Yeah, potentially. It's just I'm just looking at the scale here, and it's like, man, that the Mandalorian one is much smaller than this. It is not, this thing is way off the screen. All right, so we start to see the inside of the crawler, and the main reason I took this screen was so that you see there's all these different types of droids. So this goes back to, like we were saying with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan has seen like 10,000 different droids over the years. You know, it's not even like, there's just protocol droids or 2 or 3 models of droids. I mean, there's hundreds, if not thousands of different types of droids all through this galaxy. So it's very easy for you to, several years later, not recognize specifically R2, So anyways, you see it's like a big junk pile in there, and they have all these trophies and droids. Here's another 3PO unit. So, and then this crazy clown looking thing.
Yep.
Okay, so the Sand Troopers, it's a cool scene, but part of why I grabbed this was because one, you instantly see that they're distinctive by their, this leather straps and things. They're definitely distinguished from the regular stormtrooper. It also shows that they're capable. They're working together. They're searching. They found the pod. And while he may have gotten lucky and stumbled upon this ring, you have to be pretty observant to find that little ring in all of this sand. So they're not quite as boneheaded as they are portrayed these days. They're very capable.
No, far from. Very, very capable. And I know some people have poo-pooed that the scene, the special edition scene that we get in for episode 4, but honestly, I think it gives a much better sense of scale of just how massive the operation for the Empire is, because you see them using those dewbacks and everything, and you actually get to see the dewbacks move and everything. And that, for me, it was just a bit more of world building. You get this idea that these guys know how to wrangle and domesticate to a point and everything, and train other different alien species that they can use as transport and what have you. And the cool thing about this, and you may know this, for that scene and everything, for the special edition, they actually got Marines and everything to come in and perform as the stormtrooper detachment that gets sent down to Tatooine and everything in that particular scene, because they're one of the few people that can handle being in deep desert in those type of claustrophobic suits and everything, because you can imagine those suits get hot as hell.
Oh, I can't even imagine. I mean, it was over 100 degrees, and then you're in that suit.
Yeah, forget it. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, this gives you just further evidence that the troops of the Empire were not as incompetent as we are led to believe.
Right.
Anything with what happens later on the Death Star. So.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. So yes, they find Luxor droids. Okay, so
and then
we come to the Lars homestead. Once again, you see the scale. I mean, look at this thing. The sandcrawler is just towering over all of this. And it's just making this location would have been a hell of a lot of work. But you know, here we are introduced to what we don't really know. They're just, you know, they stop somewhere, and you kind of assume this must be an important location, but we really don't know yet what's going on. And you do definitely take away that these guys are like junk traders, droid traders.
Yeah,
that you can surmise.
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to also mention, you see here the tracks behind the tread. There's no tracks there in front. Then you come here, same thing. The tracks have cut. So somebody had to come and smooth out this sand and make sure that this thing didn't have tracks in front of it. I mean, the attention to detail is just insane. You know, you see Luke's life is pretty boring. Here you can see the land speeder, by the way.
Yeah.
Not everybody catches that, but it's right here parked.
Interesting. Okay.
And this is the first scene where we see our hero. He obviously had climbed out or walked up the steps. Now, we officially don't know who he is or what it is, but I remember I got the impression, and there is musical cues that like this is the hero.
Yes.
You know, he comes out, and you get the impression that this is not just some junk trade. Like this is important. And then here's the first shot we see up close of Luke.
And Uncle Owen.
And Uncle Owen, yeah. So yeah, you know, a pretty special moment. This is, you know, the first time you really see the son of Vader. You know, it's a very important scene, and we have no idea what's coming, but you definitely get the impression, okay, this is going to be the hero, the good guy. If nothing else, an important part of what's about to unfold.
Yeah.
So the scenery, I think, looks great. I mean, it's totally believable. This looks like an Adobe in the desert. I mean,
yeah. Well, and you very much get the impression that a lot of the homesteads there on Tatooine are subterranean, at least to a certain extent. I mean, you also have that one scene where you hear Rue calling for Luke and everything, and he runs over to that one open and he looks down into it, and they have that exchange there. You get the impression that the people of Tatooine are smart enough to know you don't live directly on the surface.
Right.
You live below ground, where it's just a little bit cooler, it's a little more hospitable.
Exactly.
And you can live comfortably. So,
yeah.
And I think that was another nice touch, because people of the desert would understand this,
right,
and everything, that you don't live right on the surface of the planet. If it's a desert world, you live, if you're able to, you build subterranean homes. And this is a fairly decent home and everything that the Larses own and everything, truth be told. It's not the fanciest, it's not very ostentatious, but it seems roomy, it seems comfortable, it's cozy and everything. And they do take a sense, I think they take a sense of pride in it and what have you. And they've raised Luke here since he was an infant, obviously. And they've raised him to be a moisture farmer and everything, but that's not his ultimate goal, obviously. He wants to do more with his life. But I think that's just that's another one of those small touches. It's a bit of world building. It helps make the world feel real. It gives you that anchoring of reality to it, and it's just those little details, anything that just.
Yeah, absolutely. You broke up a little bit there at the end of the field of detail, and then you broke up.
It just, as all I said was, it just adds that extra detail to make the world feel like it's been lived in. It
Oh
makes it
yeah,
feel real.
absolutely,
It anchors you. So
absolutely. And I totally agree with you. It feels very cozy, very comfy. They're not like in poverty, but obviously they're not rich. You know, very middle, hard workers, well thought out and planned. And I would like to live there. I think it's a cool spot. I wouldn't want to be in the middle of the desert or in that amazing heat, but I think for the situation that the cards are dealt, it's a pretty nice homestead, especially when you see more of the interiors. It's pretty cool. I think I like it. So, but it definitely gives you that impression of outer rim, you know, kind of a uncharted or kind of unmaintained area or sector of the galaxy that people don't really pay attention to.
yeah,
You're not going to have a lot of technology or luxuries or gadgets. You kind of, you know, get the scraps that you can from here and there. So yeah, but you know, very believable. This looks, you know, totally again when you do it on location.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, and here we've got another shot, you know, and again, yes, this looks very cool. They have this inner courtyard, all these little rooms, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, the detail. They could have made all of this just like a mud wall. No, there's all these little openings and detailing and marking and wear and you know discoloration and you know all these little details. The droids, if you pay attention, you're going to see there's always droids walking around in the background of all
Yes.
these shots.
Yeah.
You know, and there's just all these little things that really sell you on it, really make it homely and believable. The plants, you know. So yeah, as far as you know, in the middle of nowhere desert homesteads, this is a pretty neat one. Yeah. All right, so this I presume is Luke's room. They never really tell us. It might just be some sort of
Well,
like garage.
I don't think. I would say this is more of a garage space. This was where the family's vehicles were stored.
Like a
And I
maintenance
think
area.
if you see right behind Luke there and to the left behind him, that was Owen and Beru's speeder that they used. Yeah, right
Yep.
there.
Yep.
And then over there in that big doorway is the one of the side panels of his T-16 Skyhopper, which he's holding a model of right there in his hand.
Mhm.
So this wasn't so much his room and everything. This is probably one of his places where he came to hang out, because if you realize, you probably remember this, this is the same garage and everything or whatever where Anakin and Padme have their conversation after he brings Shmi's body back from the Tusken Raider encampment,
Right.
and he tells her that he destroyed the entire encampment.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, this is more of a utility space. It's a garage space and everything. I would imagine Luke's actual room and everything is somewhere else in the homestead there.
Yeah, it is more like a maintenance area. I think what I was meaning to say, it's like kind of his man cave, because
Yeah,
Luke
I would
isn't
agree
a kid of luxury or you
Mhm.
know, he's thinking about like you know ships and tools and
Yeah,
gadgets and fixing things and building things and
I
flying
got you.
things. So this
Yeah,
would be like his hangout spot, let's say.
yeah,
Not
I
his
got you.
actual bedroom, but like you know, that's kind of more
Yeah,
what I meant. Like it's sort of somewhat of his man cave.
yeah,
Um,
you can see that.
but you know, it's just a cool shot because you see him with the skyhopper. I think it's neat how 3PO is getting his little oil bath.
Hmm.
You know, R2's chilling out here. It's just a cool scene. You see Luke's face, you know, like looking at the detail of the ship, and you know, he really wants to aspire to do more and be a pilot. And it's just a cool scene. And there's just so much detail again, the lights and all these things, you know, little details all throughout here. So just a cool shot, you know.
Yeah.
You see Luke kind of, you know, in his home life. So
Hmm.
And again, this shot is just for detail, like all these little knobs and buttons, and I mean, look at this. This area is
just all the little technical bits and everything that they added in to make the world feel more believable.
It's just an amazing amount of detail and knickknacks and things that they put here to really sell it, and it does. I mean, you really believe that he's, living here. So, okay, so here he starts cleaning R2. Of course, he triggers the hologram. Again, a very iconic moment, but also very cool and very believable. I mean, like, we saw this hologram, was like, holy shit, how do they do this? This is so cool. Like, how are they doing this hologram? It always blew me away how they do the holograms in these movies. I have no clue how they do it. And I just think it's so awesome. Like, it's so believable. He's really looking at this little hologram of Leia, and it has the audio recording, and it's just a special moment. Even 3PO is kind of like, huh? You can see his kind of expression, the way he's standing in his head, and it's just a cool, neat moment. And the holograms I always thought were really awesome.
They are, yeah. Well, and if you consider just the technology they probably had at the time, I've actually, and you've probably seen the same footage I have. They actually filmed Carrie Fisher in a completely black space and everything, and then they went back and they animated the scene by hand and everything to make it look holographic and everything, because a shot for that time for 77 and took a lot of elements to get it just to make it feel holographically realistic. And if you consider nowadays just how, I want to say, pristine or clean the holograms in the Star Wars movie that does have holograms seem, it amazes me that they hold this effect. This one brief little 2 or 3 minute scene holds up so well and so beautifully. So, this scene took a lot of time and a lot of care to get everything lined up just right, to get the scale of the hologram proper, and to have the emitter and everything line up and everything and shine on the right spot and everything, and make it look so seamless. And it does look seamless. It even looked seamless in the restored version that they did on VHS and everything, the non-specialized version on DVD that I have. The effects still hold up to this day, and it's as you've made a comment, it was a labor of love for these people that worked on this movie. And this is just another. They took every trick in the trade that they had access to at the time to get this one little scene right, because this is a very pivotal, this is a very important scene and everything, more so than any other scene in the whole movie. This is Luke being introduced into the conflict.
Right.
This is Luke realizing just how dire things are for the rebellion. And how, just in general, how dire things are for the entire galaxy. Yep.
And without totally realizing it, meeting a princess and his sister.
His sister, right. Yeah.
And absolutely, this scene had to work. It could not fail. This is one of those things where the whole movie could fall apart. And they really had to get it. And so the younger crowd has an appreciation. This is a lot of lighting techniques, and it's also a lot of hand-drawn detailing to pull off this hologram. So not only is it beautiful and totally believable and cool and all of that, but I mean, the amount of labor to pull this off would have been so tremendous. And it's such a cool little scene, and everybody, again, iconic, and we all love those little holograms.
Yeah.
So yeah. This scene I captured because I don't know that everybody picks it up on it, but when he releases the bolt, there's little sparks that come off, and I always like that little detail.
Really?
And you can see the spark. Yeah, there's little sparks. I caught them in the screen.
Okay.
But now anytime anybody goes back and watches it, you'll see that when he pops the bolts, there's little sparks that come off. I always thought it was such a cool little detail that they did that.
Yeah, that is.
Yep. So you see Leia there bending over, giving the message to R2. Okay, this scene is pretty simple, but I thought it was pretty neat. Of course, again, the detailing, but it gives you I liked it because one, it kind of shows the family dynamic, and they also have the conversation, like, you know, I think it's the old Ben, or could it be Uncle Ben, and blah blah blah, and he says, you know, you remind me of your father, and you know, he doesn't want him to go farm, to go to the academy. He wants him to stay farming, and they have that whole thing. So that's important dialogue, but from just a physical aspect, I thought it was important because it's Lucas, to me, is showing us that they're human. They have to sit down and eat. They have to drink. They're not alien. They're not so different. They are humans in a different place and time, but they're just like us. So he's making them very relatable. Not just the conversation is important, but he's showing you that they're passing around food and scooping things and eating, and I think he's making the human connection with this scene, because it's not, he could have just had a conversation with Owen and or Beru on the side, but instead they're like sitting at the family table, and you know, it kind of connecting Luke and his family to us. So just a neat little scene, and you know, some important dialogue about Obi-Wan, and you know, how Luke is like his father, and etc. Again, one of the most
very much so.
iconic scenes. Go ahead. Did you want to say something about the?
No.
Okay.
No, there wasn't.
Okay. This scene, I caught it. If you notice, Luke is kicking a rock because he's just been told, like, no, you can go next year to the academy. And he so wants to get out of here, and he wants to go join the rebellion. And he goes outside and he kicks this rock, like, oh man, you know, and you know, this very famous and iconic and just gorgeous. The sky is gorgeous, and the twin suns, you know, just a really important and beautiful scene in the film. And man, it really makes me sad when I see Rey doing this crap.
I actually didn't see that scene. I walked out before that scene.
Oh, good for you, because yeah, it's just. Anyways, I won't even get into that mess. But yeah, this is just a gorgeous scene, very simple. The twin suns, you know, it's just a neat thing, and immediately it's like totally believable. It's totally there and feasible, and it's just Lucas like showing you, like, hey, this is like you, a sun and a planet, and he's seeing it from the planet, but yet there's two suns, which is showing you it's a different universe, although it's a parallel to ours. It's just a clever, very beautiful scene. And then Mark Hamill, Luke, really sells it here. How he, you know, he like looks down and then he's looking off at the suns, and you can just see it in his face, like, man, I'm stuck here, and I want to do more, and I want to be more, and I want to help the rebellion, and I want to fight the Empire and help the galaxy. And he doesn't even understand the gravitude, the magnitude of all of this, the gravity of this. But he, in his heart, he has that from Anakin, you know, that always wanting to do more, to be more, and he really sells it here when he's looking out at the suns.
Yeah, and it's such a relatable scene for a lot of people and everything, regardless of your age, because you always want to break out of the humdrum routine of your life and do something grand with yourself, do something grand in your life. And he doesn't realize what he's in for. But at the same time, you understand he doesn't want to stay there on that moisture farm for the rest of his life and just be a moisture farmer and what have you. And Beru says it perfectly to Owen. He's just not a farmer, Owen. He's got too much of his father in him. And Owen's like, that's what I'm afraid of, because he remembers what happened when Anakin and Padme were there on Tatooine. he remembers this. He probably heard the story and everything. Maybe he was eavesdropping or something, but that's not really the point about Anakin wiping out all of the Sand People, or maybe even Obi-Wan told him in passing and everything, tales off and on and everything, when Obi-Wan would come across the Lars homestead, even though Owen told him, "You stay the heck away from here."
Right.
Everything for the most part.
Well, I think Owen probably would have surmised it on his own, because remember, Anakin comes back with Shmi's body after they all had gone out and gotten beaten, and Klieg had lost his leg. So I think they knew that if Anakin had Shmi, it's because he went in and just took them all out. I think that was implied to him, like he must have gone off. Maybe there was a recounting of it, or maybe he did overhear something. But I always took it as like, he sees him coming back with Shmi, and it was like, oh yeah, he must have really messed them up. So
yeah.
Anyways, a small point I wanted to make here is that up to now, Luke is a cool kid, but whatever, he's just a kid in the middle of nowhere, and you really don't know what he is or who he is or what's going on. You do sense that he's important, but this moment to me is where you really connect to Luke Skywalker. He just went through the conversation of, I want to get out, and no, he's too much like his father. And then he comes out to reflect, and he's looking at the suns, and you really get that Mark Hamill really sells that he's reflecting upon his life and situation. And I feel that this is when you really start to connect with Luke and care about him, because now you're seeing the struggle, and you want more for him, and you sense and you see that he's somebody important. He's not just some kid in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So all right. Okay, this is when he comes back and R2's missing, and he hits the buzzer, and C-3PO is kind of hiding, and he's like, oh,
please don't deactivate me.
Right. It's a neat scene, and you see this ship, but the main reason why I took this screen is because if you look at this ship, not that it's exactly the same, but if you look at the shape of the ship, and then you see here this symbol, what does this symbol remind you of?
Maybe just a little bit of the Death Star. Just a little.
Well, to me, I'm thinking of a car. What car has...
for heaven's sakes. I want to say, no, it's not. I want to say Buick, maybe, if I'm thinking of the right model.
Well, to me, the big circle, there are certain emblems that are similar, but to me, this screams Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is... I can see. I wonder if Mel Brooks took from this, because Princess Vespa has a Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah. Well, not to mention her shape and everything does bear just a little slight design resemblance to this particular speeder, because this is, like I said before, this was the speeder that Owen and Beru used and everything. The other one that Luke has, that's his speeder and everything that he was able to, I think, build or cobble together or whatever. But this was Owen's and Beru's speeder that they used. So
yeah, while it's different, it's not the same. I think this is where Mel Brooks may have taken inspiration. Again, this is just an ornament; it could be anything. But when I saw it, I was like, that looks like the Mercedes. I mean, the Mercedes is the 3 points, but the big round circle ornament, that's very Mercedes. And then you connect it to Spaceballs. Again, I don't know that this is what it is, but I just feel like maybe this is where Mel Brooks got that it's a Mercedes, because her father, very specifically says, please save the car. It's a new Mercedes.
If you can, try and save the car.
Right. So, I thought it was funny. I noticed that. I don't know that it has a connection, but just a fun thought. So, okay, so he goes outside. He's looking for R2 in the binoculars. Not a big deal, but I always thought this was pretty cool. As a kid, I was like, man, this looks pretty neat. It's all, scratchy and fuzzy, but you see all the numbers and indicators and just a cool little thing. Here's, I guess, basic, you know, this is supposed to be basic, and
Mhm.
just neat, you know, at that time to make this view where you see Luke looking, and then they go to the shot of you looking through the binoculars. I just thought it was cool,
Yeah.
you know, and
It's
it's purposely made grainy to look like that, and it's just cool, you know, it's dark, so it's grainy. Just thought it was
Mhm.
neat, and especially because there's all these like heads up display to it, so I just thought it was cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
um this scene, I just grabbed it, one to just show the inside, but also because they really sell that it's a kitchen. You see her like steaming
Mhm.
vegetables and stuff, but again, they
Yeah.
didn't, you know, there's detail. There's all these roots and
Mhm.
drawers and cupboards and
Yeah.
containers, and you know,
This is
you
like
really
it's like a small kitchen for a small homestead and everything, but it gives you more sense of this is a lived-in world and everything. It's not sterile. It's not just military and nothing else. It's functional. It has been lived in. This has got legacy or age to it, in a manner of speaking. So
right. So you know, just a cool shot. It's very clean. It looks like a nice little kitchen. It doesn't
yeah,
look like a mud hut, you know. It's actually pretty decent. So
yeah.
just,
Mhm.
just neat. Um, okay, and then this, you know, the iconic land speeder.
Yep.
And it's the first time we see a floating vehicle
Hmm.
outside of like a spaceship, right? Like
Like a land vehicle. Yeah.
right, a land vehicle on a surface, a floating vehicle, and just, you know, cool. I had this toy as a kid, and you know, just a neat thing, a neat memory. This doesn't look like a plastic model. I mean, it's sellable, it's buyable. It looks
Hmm.
like they're floating across the desert.
Yeah.
This,
Except all they did was they used Vaseline to smear out
yeah.
the
Well, I was going to
smear out the
say that.
wheels.
Yeah, they literally had put Vaseline. Yeah. But you know, it there's the shadow, and it works. And again, when this thing is moving, you're not getting the sense of it being a toy. You know, it really feels like Luke is zooming around with 3PO. So, and it has speed and it has scale, and it's cool.
Very true.
um, it's very hard to see, but the speeder is right around here at this moment.
Yeah. Hmm.
If you pay attention in the scene, you actually see it come into frame from up here,
Yeah.
and it goes
Oh yeah.
all along this little S and off the screen. So it's actually pretty impressive how they did
Yeah.
that. For those that maybe never picked up on it, you actually see it go.
Well, that's one thing. That was one thing I could always catch and everything is you see the speeder going after that. So yeah.
Yep.
So
Just a neat little shot. And of course, you see the sand people and they're sniping like they like to do. But yeah, it's pretty impressive. The speeder looks very believable. It zooms right through here. Pretty cool. And you know, again, sense of scale. You know, they look like a little ant, and you know, the massive desert. So just a cool shot. This shot is where Luke is looking. First, he looks and he sees the bantha and the sand person, and the Tusken Raider. And then this is when the one comes out in front of him. So I captured it. Here's, you know, part of it.
yeah.
Right, the Raider is about to jump out right in front of him. So just again, neat, you know, all the heads up display, the hue on the image, the sand person back here, and then, you know, this guy comes, you know, pops up and surprises Luke. So then Luke gets knocked down, whatever, and Obi-Wan comes and scares away the Tusken Raiders. And then this is when he first reveals himself. He pulls his cape off, hood off. Right. Now, I want to mention, because I don't know if you and others know, but the original, when he comes and scares the Tusken Raiders, had a totally different sound. And in my opinion, the original sound was 1,000 times better than what they remastered the audio with, of him scaring away the Tusken Raiders. That's one of those little changes that I really don't like. Most of the changes don't bother me, but that scream really annoys me. It was much better, the original scream or sound, whatever. And
There's the one that they have the updated version. Also, I like the roar more so that Obi-Wan impersonates more than what they have that high pitched stream or whatever it is that they used.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely it was better the original. But anyways, we see Obi-Wan. You know, you sense that he's a wizard or something, right? The detail of the land speeder, you see that they were pulling it apart, and all the guts of the ship, which, you know, that's all fake, obviously, but man, it sure looks real.
You see through the binoculars that the Raiders are trying to, well, yeah, not to the binoculars, but you see a scene where the Raiders are trying to deconstruct, to scavenge off of the off the speeder.
Right, they're scavenging off his speeder. So yeah, that looks pretty believable. You know, like the guts there of the motor. So yeah, just a cool little scene. Here, the detail of 3PO. I mean, the amount of wires here. They have sand inside of his arm, all around on him, in his eye sockets. I mean, they really. I think they literally buried him and then had him sit up because he's just covered. And it really sells it. You know, it's not that he just pops up. I mean, he's really all broken up and covered in sand, and you know, again, I'm really taking attention to detail.
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, you don't know exactly how they faked. I'm guessing they had a compartment to put Anthony Daniels' arm into so that they could have the false arm off of him there. So that was a very cool scene and everything, where you have the Tusken Raiders attacking Luke and 3PO, and then you have Obi-Wan come in to essentially rescue him. But he doesn't do through direct combat. That gives you the impression that
you broke up there at the end. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah, you broke up a little bit. But yeah, you know, great detail. I notice here, 3PO's arm is back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks like they made a little mistake there. I mean, well, I guess they could have repaired him real quick, but it's pretty quick and convenient that his arm is back. I'd never noticed that before, but yeah, so quickly his arm is back. Anyway, some time might have passed, but whatever. Not that big of a deal. Obi-Wan's hut is pretty cool. His adobe, I think, is pretty darn neat. This scene is obviously very iconic and important. He gives his father's lightsaber. You know, not much to say here other than the lightsaber looks very real to me. It totally sold it to me. The sound effects, the lighting, it looks cool. If you look closely at Luke's eyes, they're kind of glowing. You also see this from Obi-Wan later on in the cantina, that the light of the lightsaber is reflecting in their eyes. So that's a really cool detail. And you know, pretty neat that Luke gets his lightsaber. And up till now, we don't know anything about lightsabers. All of a sudden, you know, he's handed this thing and this laser sword comes out, and you're like, whoa. So just a very cool scene. And you know, you instantly, once you see it, you know what it is. It's like, oh, this is a laser sword, and you're gonna be able to chop some stuff with that. So just a cool moment.
An elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
Yes, absolutely.
Great line. That's
So again, scale. You saw the size of that Star Destroyer gobbling up the Tantive, and now you're seeing like that thing is like a little nothing.
Yeah.
And we finally see from the crawl, like, oh, that's must be the space station. And now you're starting to really get a grasp of what the Empire is. Like, oh wow, that's like a planet. You know, that's more than just a space station. So
that's no moon. That's a space station.
Right. Exactly. So, you know, just a pretty shot. The shadow here, like a moon would have. And you know, the scale, the engines. I always loved the kind of starburst
Yeah.
that they have. The lighting looks totally real to me. I mean, looks like if not that you would have engines in space because it wouldn't do anything in the vacuum of space, but just it sells that those are engines and that it moves. That it's propelling it, and yeah, it looks awesome. I think it looks gorgeous. A lot of these scenes, I don't know how much better you would make them today. Honestly, I mean, the difference would be you would do this digitally, and it would maybe be a slightly cleaner, but I mean,
honestly, that shot looks it looks clean to me. It looks pristine. It looks photorealistic for something that's completely fictional. So that would be the comment I would make, honestly.
Yeah, and again, remember that we're analyzing stills. This is moving. The Star Destroyer is moving. The Death Star is slightly spinning. You've got the music, the sound of space. You are totally believing this thing is real. It does not look like a toy or a model. It really is. It really sells.
It does not.
The great Peter Cushing, fantastic character, Tarkin.
Yeah. Will Huff Tarkin.
He, great actor. There's not much you need to say there. I mean, he did a great job. He was a great character.
He's the brain. Vader's the muscle.
Yeah.
But Vader has brains himself. But Tarkin, Will Huff Tarkin, he relied more so on his brains, on his intellect to survive. Whereas Vader, he had both.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think the Vader was very smart, but I think that Tarkin would have been a much wiser and tactical and calculating, whereas Anakin would have been a much more impulsive type of person. Really, there's only two guys like this that stick out to me, and that's Thrawn and Tarkin. And Disney desperately wants to have their Tarkin and Thrawn with Hux and Pride, and they just fall short so terribly. They're nowhere in the realm of Thrawn and Tarkin. But yeah, just a wonderful scene. Again, details, the chair that he's sitting in, there with Vader, and just kind of what you were saying, how he's the brains. Technically, Vader outranks him because Vader is only second to one, the Emperor. I mean, he's literally the Emperor's right hand. But Vader very much gives Tarkin his due respect and command over his ship. So Tarkin, for practical purposes, is the leader, the boss here. But at the end of the day, and you sense that, well, but if it really came down to it, Vader's, going to lay it down. So, but it shows some military structure and rank and respect, and it also puts weight on Tarkin. It really shows that the Emperor trusts in this guy and that he's a top official, and that he's basically in charge. So
Well, the thing you have to remember, and just I'll go over this quickly. Vader wasn't in command of this particular instance. He was there at the request of the Emperor. He was there at the request of Palpatine to be on the station and to work alongside Tarkin. Now, could Vader supersede any command that Tarkin put out? Yeah, he could. But the thing was, Vader and Tarkin worked well together. They came from the same mentality, in a manner of speaking. So they gave each other leeway, they gave each other latitude and everything. But if the Emperor had said, Vader, you're in charge now, then Vader's in charge. And Tarkin would acquiesce or anything, command to Vader if needs be.
Yeah. So, and I think also what their sell here is that they respect each other.
Yes.
So, they don't have like a power struggle or an issue. Vader knows, like, I can strike all of you down in a heartbeat, but I respect you. You have the tactical mind, and you're put in this position by the Emperor. So I will, go with what you are doing. I will give you the room to be that leader. And furthermore, I want to point out that from what I see, Vader only really respects but three people: the Emperor, Tarkin, and Boba Fett.
Well,
Those are
there
the
were
only three real indications of him, like, having a dialogue of like, okay, I
we're on equal.
respect you, because
Yeah.
otherwise Vader will just, doesn't want to hear it from
Well,
anyone.
there are stories and everything from the expanded universe and so on. There were certain officers within the Imperial military that Vader did actually have a great deal of respect for, and there was one officer in particular that did serve in the Republic military and later on into the Imperial military that Vader did honestly regard as a friend and everything, a not just a comrade in arms or anything within the ranks of the Imperial military or whatever, but someone who had earned Vader's respect. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is that officer, I think, ends up getting killed or gets very grievously injured, and Vader goes to great lengths to see that he survives. The thing that we see and everything in the expanded universe, I don't want to get off on a big tangent, but I'll go on just a small one here. Vader had respect for the troops, in particular the clone troops that served in his division, the 501st, or what was known as Vader's Fist. So Vader wasn't completely dismissive of all branches of the Imperial military, but the ones that he had served with before as Anakin Skywalker, he respected. He respected Tarkin. There were certain ones, but not many. Like in this scene here, you see the one Admiral or Moff that's dressed all in white. That's actual Admiral Yularen and everything, who is depicted quite often in the Clone Wars animated series. Vader and Yularen, they got along. They respected one another because Vader knows who Yularen was. He came from the days of the Republic, the Grand Army of the Republic military, and Yularen switched over. He and everything. He was good with becoming an admiral in the Imperial Navy and what have you. So it wasn't completely antagonistic, but that one officer that you see Vader choke, that's the kind that Vader had no tolerance for. He had zero tolerance for. He had zero tolerance for the rank and file little Weasley officers that had risen and been opportunistic in the early days of the rise of the Empire. That's the ones he had no tolerance for. But there were certain ones that he absolutely did. Because if you don't have respect for certain members of a military, you're not going to last long. And even though Vader was a force unto himself within the Empire, he realized the benefit of the Empire, the Imperial structure as it was, as Palpatine had arranged it.
Right.
So the relationships were very few and far between for Vader and the Imperial military, but there were some there.
Right. Well, and just to clarify a little bit on my part, yes, in expanded universe, he has several relationships with several officers. Obviously, he's overseeing all of this, so he would know several officers. Also, I'll point out that when he chokes out one of the officers, he promotes Nita. So he would have obviously had some respect for him to therefore trust him and promote him. So I think to maybe kind of clarify, when I say respect, I'm not going to say fear because he didn't fear them. But the three people that he really knew that he had to truly, at the end of the day, take into heavy consideration again was Boba Fett, Tarkin, and the Emperor. The Emperor because it's his master and he could fry him. Tarkin because Tarkin's a mastermind and who knows what he could pull off. He could do some stuff. And then, of course, Boba Fett, there's the famous, he could have talked to any bounty hunter. He could have said anything to anybody. And there's the very famous part where he singles out Boba Fett and says, notice integrations. And you're not going to go up to a bounty hunter and specifically say that if you don't have a concern of that happening. So to me, that has always shown that he very much respected Boba Fett. But also, again, Tarkin and the Emperor. And again, it for lack of a better word, respect, but a different type of level of respect, you have to not take them lightly because this person could potentially be very harmful to you. Even you as Lord Vader, Tarkin could strategically do something very serious. Boba Fett could theoretically vaporize him, and of course the Emperor, is the Emperor. He's the Lord of the Sith, and so it just kind of was, that's more so what I meant by that.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah,
I knew exactly what you meant. I was just elaborating further. That's all I was doing.
no, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Anakin, even when he was Anakin and in the Clone Wars, he had a lot of respect for the clones and the generals and all this stuff that was going on. He was Anakin, and he would do his willy-nilly stuff, but he did have respect for authority. So, anyways, the Great Tarkin. Here, this guy's talking smack, and whether Vader has the Force or not, I just don't know why you would be talking smack to this guy, but he does, and he gets choked out for it. And this is a key scene because, first of all, it's the first time we see the Force. Like, we really understand, like, not that you understand the Force, but you see that, okay, there's this mystic power.
You see it in action.
Right, and you see that this guy has it, and this is why he's the guy that he is, because he can just choke you out with this invisible thing. And you start to really now it's a whole other level. Like, he looks scary, he's the leader, and then now he's doing this kind of magic, and you're like, oh man, this is serious. A minute ago I see a laser sword, now I'm seeing this guy choking people. This is a whole other level from on the Tantive 4 where he picks the guy up. I mean, he's choking him with his fingers, and you're just like, okay. And I love this also because Tarkin, he's looking like Tarkin knows who Vader is. And although, he's in command, he's kind of like, dude, why are you talking shit to a Sith? Like, you're getting exactly what you deserve right now. And he's just kind of because Tarkin, after a few moments, says, okay, enough. But he could have right from the beginning said, don't do that or stop, but instead he let him choke him for a few to be like, look, man, that's Darth Vader, and you better respect him. So it's just a cool scene. The way he's looking and he's allowing it to happen. And I love how this guy gets, he thought he was slick, and he's learned his lesson real quick. So just a very, awesome scene and iconic, and the little fingers.
Well, and I don't know if you ever picked up on this. If you want to go in advance, go ahead. I don't know if you ever picked up on this. There is an audio cue to when Vader does use Force choke on anybody. There's a very low level rumble or hum and everything.
Yeah.
When he does use that particular power, you hear it in that scene, but you also hear it in other scenes, like in Empire when he does it to Admiral Ozzel or Admiral Nita or whoever. So,
yes, absolutely. This shot was, again, a bit of scale, but also detail. The treads are all blown off and crooked. The dead jaw was. I mean, this really gives you the impression of that they were rated. And of course, it's important because Obi-Wan says, no, these blaster marks and the tracks show that it's stormtroopers, that this was very precise and not just some random attack by sand troopers. So it gives gravity to the situation, or sand people. It gives gravity to the situation and to Luke that the Empire's involved, and they're here, and they're looking obviously for what? And he's the droids, and then he's like, oh no, they're looking for the droids, and he zips off to go home. And this is where he finds Barbecue Baru. So, pretty simple, some fake skeletons laid out and some smoke, but it really drives it home. Like, you can see there's some markings here. It looks like it's been a bit abused. It's all gray, the smoke, the skeletons, and you really feel like, oh man, Luke just lost everything, because what does he have? This little hut in the middle of nowhere and his aunt and uncle. So it's really a heavy moment.
It is.
And
this really it just brings home the weight of the situation that Luke finally realizes he's in, or he's about to go into, because he knows in a way just how bad the Empire is, but now for him it is right there in his face. It is right there for him to see just how brutal and how sadistic the Empire can be, because they pretty much incinerated his aunt and uncle.
Yeah, so, no, absolutely. This is a very important scene. Hey, Orville Nation, thanks for coming back. I'm glad to see you. I apologize earlier, as I am a stickler for detail, and I really wanted to give a great stream here. I was collecting screenshots, and there's just so many of them, but I wanted to make it worth everyone's while. So I apologize for the delay. I'm very happy that you came back. We're having a great time, and well, we're talking Star Wars. So anyways, thanks for stopping back in, Orville. So, and again, Luke, Mark, selling it, like, you can see right here, it's like my whole life just changed. Like, this is a pivot of my dreams that I wasn't being allowed to pursue. And one minute I wanted so badly to go, and now I so badly want to stay. But I understand that everything's done. My life is completely changed, and I now have to go onto a much bigger thing. But it's just such a two-sided mirror, so to speak, that, in a sense, like I said a second ago, you wanted to get the hell out of here, and now it's like, man, if I could only go back 5 minutes and bring them back, and did I really want this? Careful what you ask for. And yeah, I mean, he really sells it that, it's like, this is such a pivotal moment. And in a way, he's happy. He's free. Now he can go on and do the bigger thing, but at what cost? So it's a really special moment there.
Yeah.
And it connects you to Luke. So okay, they have the princess. They're
now, Your Highness, you will tell us the location of your hidden rebel base.
Right, Vader comes in with the interrogation droid. I never noticed it, but that's a pair of scissors there. I never really looked and paid attention that much, but that's totally a pair of scissors.
I guess, or it could be a pair of physical surgical scissors or something like that.
Yeah, right. I always noticed
like
the needle and that there was like this thing, but I never. It looks like that's just a pair of scissors. That's funny. Anyways, this thing is pretty menacing. You hear the noise, the kind of droning sound, and it comes in, and a lot of it is the sound effects that sell it. There's the sternness of the guard and the way they come in, and Leia's reaction. And they don't really show anything, but you get the impression that this thing is going to,
work her over pretty good. Yep.
Work her over pretty good. This is something you would not be happy to see if you were a prisoner in the Death Star.
No.
So, a pretty important scene, something that, it stirs your emotions. This scene not only is it beautiful, but for the contrast and the argument of would this hold up? Well, in the new movies, there's wide shots and there's big scenes, but it's all digital. It's all imposed. They're like a foot off the ground and it's all painted. These guys are really up on this butte. This is a wide angled shot. The camera must be like over here somewhere. Maybe here. And, this is a real shot. They're up here. And, again, filming on location, the organic part of it, thanks, Orville. I see your smiley faces. But yeah, it's just, I think it's a great shot. And again, it helps sell the realism of it because it is real. They're literally standing up there and, what a great shot. The, I don't know who would do this, set designer, or I don't know the person that would find
it. It would be a location scout.
Our location scout. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, he really caught a great, spot.
Yeah, and of course the iconic line when they zoom around to the other angle and show the shot of Mos Eisley. Mos Eisley spaceport. We'll find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yep.
We must be careful. We must be cautious.
Okay, some of these pictures are out of order now, so let me get to, obviously this is a little bit later. Let me get to, I have a couple shots there of Tatooine. Okay, so let's see.
I think you just asked it.
Those really got, I don't know how they got mixed up, but anyways,
there you go.
So they come into Tatooine. He does, again, we see the Force. He does the little wave of the hand, which is great, and the very famous, these aren't the droids you're looking for. And part of this shot, it was several reasons. One, you see R2 laying down, which I always thought was kind of neat how they carried him on here, laying down. Two, you see Obi-Wan using the Force. And also, part of the magic of Star Wars was all these iconic lines. And, how many people have said, these aren't the droids you're looking for. It's just such a great, iconic, you can use that in so many jokes in so many situations. And it's just such a fantastic line. They can go about their business, move along, that whole little thing.
That whole exchange.
That whole exchange is brilliant. And it's such a simple scene. It's just static droids on the back. Luke, you don't even see him, barely in the frame. It's all Alec Guinness. It's all him selling that. His wizardry, his wizardry, when I say his acting. And he totally makes you believe that he's doing a Jedi mind trick. It's just fantastic.
Well, and the other thing is you've got a very nice contrast here. You've got the scene previously with Vader using the Force to practically kill a man, and here you've got the other side of the coin. You've got Obi-Wan manipulating the Force to simply to fool a stormtrooper,
right?
And it's just a nice juxtapose of the various abilities that the Force can grant you. So
yeah, no, absolutely. And it's like we were just talking about in the very beginning, how the stark contrast, how 1 minute it's Vader walking in, and then the next shot it's Leia in all white, that contrast. And again, like you said, they're showing the Force that in one way it could be so destructive, and then yet in another way it could be so suave. And just a brilliant scene. And again, this is the magic of Star Wars. There's nothing elaborate here. There's no digital, special, high grade. It's just a dirty, grimy, dusty, gritty scene. And Alec just totally, you walk away like, believing it.
Yeah, he completely owns it. Yeah.
Yep.
So, of course, you've got another absolutely iconic scene, the panning shot of the cantina, and you've got all the different aliens. And I've heard a lot of commentary on this scene, particularly from Lucas, that initially they couldn't do everything that they wanted to do,
right?
And that they were able to go back and put the different varieties of aliens and creatures into this shot and everything in the special edition and so on. But even so, this particular scene, even as it is, or even with the special edition version of it, it still holds up. It still gives you the idea that this universe is populated by a vast variety of different types of aliens. And it's just another piece of world building and everything that Lucas implants into the thing and tells you it isn't just a handful of humans and a couple of droids. There's all sorts of alien races that populate the Star Wars galaxy.
Right.
And this scene is the means by which people have been able to build the different cultures of the different alien species that you see in this shot, and that you see of the other alien species that populate the other movies and so on. And it is just honestly a really great piece of visual storytelling, and it's just another great piece of world building that Lucas enacted. And it was masterfully done, because Lucas in one shot gives you scale, gives you scope, and gives you world building.
Yep.
And honestly, I think the scene in Force Awakens was actually a very cheap copy of that scene. And I'm not saying that the people that didn't work to design aliens for that part in Force Awakens, where they go to Maz Kanata's cantina on whatever planet it was, those people worked incredibly hard, and I give them nothing but props for their effort. But it pales in some ways in comparison to this shot here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The cantina serves a few purposes, but yes, absolutely. I'm glad that you pointed it out. It's and again, credit to George Lucas. For as much as people want to down him, it's an absolutely brilliant scene, because up till now, we've seen stormtroopers, rebels, Leia, Luke, Vader, essentially, and then some Imperials. But this is where you really are shown like, okay, you're not just like in another galaxy, and you're not just far away, and there's not just spaceships, and there's not just lasers, but there's literally hundreds, if not thousands of species, all these different aliens and beings and shapes and sizes. And it really, the world building here and just this one scene, it's just like, wow, okay, this really shows you the scope of what Star Wars is, and it's so well done. It's so simple, yet it's just so masterfully done. Again, so much credit to George Lucas. He really,
everybody that worked with, and the entire team that worked on this. Yeah, absolutely.
And for those that may not know, these parts of the bar, this is IG-88's head.
That doesn't surprise me.
That is IG.
That really does.
It literally
that does not. Yeah, I can see it. I can quite clearly see it.
Yep, they took the old parts and that's what they used to make IG-88. Yep. So a little fun fact for anybody that didn't know. There were in the very original a few less aliens. It wasn't quite as crowded, but this looks very natural, very clean. It doesn't feel convoluted or anybody's out of place. It's well done. And again, this when I saw this as a kid, I was like, okay, I'm in a space bar. I didn't feel like it was a set or fake or unbelievable. I mean, I totally felt like I'm in this bar with these aliens and they're hanging out, and I was like, oh well, the bar in Mos Eisley, something's gonna happen. And it looks great. It's fine. This holds up just perfectly fine. So yeah. All right, and then you got this idiot, that for no reason wants to mess with Luke. Something else that I always appreciated about Star Wars is, if you see Walrus face or him not so much. He just looks like a deformed
Dr.
guy.
Esteban, I think is his name.
Yeah.
Dr. Esteban, I think was the character's name,
Exactly.
and then Ponda was the walrus guy behind him.
Right.
He doesn't like you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't like you either. You watch yourself. I've got the death sentence on 12 systems. I'll be careful. You'll be dead.
Yes. It's a great little thing. Why exactly does it pick on Luke? I don't know. Maybe because he looks out of place. He's this young guy. But it's a cool little thing. But what I was going to say is another thing that I love about Star Wars is if you look here, let me go back one. Okay, if you look as a person at any of these characters, you see this guy or this guy, obviously it's a person in a suit, right? It's a guy with the mask on and makeup. You know that, okay? We all are conscious of that. But it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look cheap. It doesn't look like it's somebody in costume. It looks like Greedo is a real, roadie. The makeup was so well done. And totally believable that honestly, I think that this looks better than the Mandalorian. Like the blue fish face guy to me is totally out of place. He should be in Star Trek and not Star Wars. And the quality, if you go back and watch the Mandalorian, look closely at the makeup of all the characters, and this looks better than what the Mandalorian is. So take a look next time when you watch Mandalorian. Look closely at the makeup. And in my opinion, this is better. Not just specifically them two. I'm talking about like the aliens in general. The makeup work in Star Wars, I just feel is a much higher level of care and detail than what is being done today. So, anyways, he talks smack. He pushes Luke. This is the first time we see the lightsaber in action. It's just a cool little moment. He of course cuts off his arm, which is one of my favorite parts. His eyes are closed here, but you see the reflection of the blue lightsaber in Obi-Wan's eyes in this scene, which is very cool.
Yeah. Yes.
And
of course, you got the big guy behind him.
Right. You meet Chewie, although you don't know it yet.
Yeah.
And I always love this scene, this bloody arm. I don't know. I always got a kick out of it. I just thought it was kind of neat. The wolf type arm, and he paid the price. So just a neat, and you get the idea of, although you knew it was a laser sword to cut things, you see it, so it's like, oh, okay. Here we meet, of course, these two scoundrels. They did great. Chewie, by the way, if you look at him, and especially Rise of Skywalker, he looks so off and terrible. Chewie here looks believable. He looks like a Wookiee.
Honestly, I would agree. I don't know what they did with the suit between the guy that took over for Peter Mayhew and here, but it just doesn't look. There's something very off about the Chewbacca's appearance and everything in the sequel movies. Maybe not so much in Force Awakens, but definitely in Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. The face just didn't look quite right, and I could never figure out exactly what it is. But if you notice here in this shot, his eyes and the bridge of his nose are slightly indented, but in the sequel movies, they're kind of brought out, and I don't quite understand why. I mean, it looks somewhat off and everything but that's just me, honestly.
No, I agree. And in particular, Rise of Skywalker, for everyone that wants to check, there's the scene where they're on Pasana, and the Knights of Ren come, and you see Chewie run out of the ship just before he gets captured. Okay, so he runs down like this little hill. If you look at Chewie, look at his suit, it's like all floppy and looks straight. I mean, it does not look like Chewie. I don't know what they're doing over there in Lucasfilm, but it just looks like a man in a suit. It really does. Yeah. And here, Peter Mayhew sells it. You believe it. You totally love and connect with Chewie. And I mean, you believe he's a Wookiee. You do not feel like it's some big guy in a suit.
Yeah. Well, and even, and here's the thing. Yeah, these are scoundrels or smugglers or rogues, but they've got a charm to them. They've got a relatability to them. They're not completely they're not evil. They're just trying to get by and everything. Right. So they have to be somewhat roguish. They have to be a little bit of they have to be kind of scoundrel-like, but they do have a certain efficacy to them. There are certain lines that they won't cross and everything to make ends meet and what have you. And they're not to the nth degree evil or anything or malicious. They're just, like I said, they're just trying to get by and everything, and they have to use their wits to do it.
Yep.
So
and they instantly sell that charisma, that personality, which is something that the other two sequels doesn't get quite as well, much less the sequel trilogy, but I mean, really, all the characters here, you instantly pick up on their demeanor, their character, their personality. You really get the charisma. All these characters have a lot of charisma. So
very true. Yeah, I would agree.
The very famous McClunky now, just another iconic scene. I caught it with them both shooting here. We all know what happens. Just a neat moment. But again, Greedo
always shot first.
Yeah, absolutely. Greedo, if you really want to nitpick, if you really look close, okay, he looks a little bit plasticky. But this is a still, you're really looking at the details. When you're watching the movie, for the most part, it's pretty seamless. It looks good. It doesn't look too much like a rubber suit. You can tell if you really look, but it's well enough to where it's viable and believable, and a good scene, a good character. So yeah. Anyways, I had a shot. That reminds me. Let me look back real quick because I specifically grabbed a shot. Where did it go? Huh. Well, I guess I don't know if it got mixed up or I didn't grab it, but there was a shot where when they first come in, it's right after this. They come in and then you see a table of 3 aliens, and one of them is Hammerhead. Now, I point out Hammerhead because not only is he a cool character, but I want to mention it because the younger crowd is not even, they show him, but he has no dialogue. You don't see him again. So most people don't realize, but being as I was a kid and I had the toys at that time, Hammerhead is actually in the Bounty Hunter Guild. He's a notorious bounty hunter, and he's serious business. So most people don't realize this, but Hammerhead that they show is a bounty hunter, and he's there, not that he's watching Luke or knows what's going on, but he's in that cantina, which shows you that a lot of these guys are scoundrels, bounty hunters, etc. Boba Fett at some point would have been through this cantina, as would many others, Bosk and others. But yeah, Hammerhead, I actually had the action figure, and he was a bounty hunter. So for those that don't know, yep. And I had a shot, but I don't know where it went. But anyways, maybe it'll show up later. Okay, so they make the deal with Han. They go to the dock or the hangar, and they're getting ready to take off. This doesn't look like a model to me. I mean, that looks like a spaceship. It's got big scale. It's very detailed. It's got the weathering. It's funny. Luke walks in and says, "What a piece of junk." But yeah, great scene. I think the Millennium looks more than real enough, and you feel like you're about to get in this ship and take off.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel contrived or faked or a plastic model. I mean, it feels real to me. So,
yeah, I would agree. Well, and the thing you have to realize is they had to build these. They had to build these sets. They had to build these vehicles because there was quite literally no other way. So, it's called suspension of disbelief and everything. If you can suspend your disbelief and say, yes, that is a realistic looking ship that someone obviously did build and has modified, and it's gone through a whole lot of wear and life and everything, then you can obviously, with any of these ships, with any of these models or sets, you can make that logical leap that these are things that could theoretically exist in either a future or a past.
Sure.
So,
sure. And I mean, of course, all of this you have to suspend some, disbelief. Of course, I'm not saying that it's so real that it would work, in for us on Earth, but in this realm, it looks totally natural. I believe that I could walk up that ramp and go fly to hyperspace with that ship. I totally buy it. It again doesn't look like a plastic model or anything. There's a great amount of detail all throughout the hangar, the walls, everything, the lights. Really well thought out, and it's it holds up for me.
Yeah.
This scene, the way that it lifts off and starts to turn. I mean, look at this. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, and that's from the special edition, and it works. It fits in seamlessly with the rest of the film. So
I just don't know how much better you could get this even today. I mean, this is a gorgeous scene. That the engines look great.
Mm-hmm.
The details of the ship. This totally holds up for today.
Yes,
yeah.
I'd agree.
Again, a scale shot. I always felt like they used Earth for Alderaan. That's how I always felt they did that.
That's the impression that I got too. They used a shot of Earth and everything for this particular shot, because we don't see, except at the end of Revenge of the Sith and everything, any surface shots of Alderaan. But yeah, you get the impression that it is very Earth-like. It's a very temperate world and everything, with forests and so on. So yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, or at least painted in the likeness to give you the impression of it would be like our planet. It would have forests and oceans and deserts and so on. So yeah, absolutely. And then of course scale, of course. Just a cool shot. Okay, so here it got a little bit out of order, so let me find. Yeah, for some reason it kind of jumped here, but okay, we're at Mos Eisley. Let's see.
You were
interrogated.
You just shown the shot of the Falcon taking off.
Yeah, the Falcon taking off.
Them in the hold there on the Falcon and everything. I think you have to go back a couple of spots.
Here they're on the Death Star. There's the hold. That's where they get captured.
There you go.
But before that, yeah, here they're okay. So yeah,
because
it got a little bit out of order, but this is where Alderaan is blown up. So actually, here we need to go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so they take off. Let me just double check real quick here.
no, you had it.
That's later. Okay, all right. Yeah, unfortunately, some of these got jumbled up. All right, so I did have scenes of Leia with Tarkin and all that, but anyways, so they have the discussion. You know, where's the base? She says Dantooine. Then Tarkin's like, you're far too trusting. So then he says, go ahead, proceed. And they go ahead and blow up the Alderaan. Now, this looks pretty darn good. The lighting, this charging up of the laser, again, as a still, you see it's a little bit awkward, but when you're watching it live action, this looks great.
Well, you have to ask your question. Why did they have that station right there where it is, and why didn't they have it shielded for any technicians that might be there?
Right.
Why does that particular observation station have to be right there in the main channel where the stinking laser is going to be shot at?
Yeah,
you need some. You could make the inference, okay, there's some sort of force field that's shielding them or whatever. But yeah.
I mean, you would think they would get vaporized just how close this thing, that you would think they would get vaporized just from that. The only thing I can think of is, some jobs you have to be like up close and really observe what's going on. But yeah, it is kind of silly, but I guess they didn't know what else to do, and it just, worked out that way. But whatever. This is looks great in live action. The charging up of the laser looks fine. Then the laser gets shot. That looks fine. It looks kind of like a comet. The planet looks real. You've got scale. Then, of course, here it is about to hit. That again in live action looks fine. This I think is very cool, and it brings up the point. I think the explosions in the Star Wars is great, especially for the time. They're very viable, and they look good.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that point.
So Alderaan gets blown up. Obi-Wan, of course, feels the disturbance in the Force. Luke notices. There's just so much detail throughout the Millennium. It really sells you on the size of the ship and that it is a ship with all this stuff going on. The chessboard, the amount of space, Luke is training. So, and again, Alec sells it all. This, like the other hologram, I think it's great. You can see 3PO, you can see Chewie in the background. And these were just really cool, very well made. There's several of them interacting with each other. Just a neat, special effect that I don't know how much better you would make this today. Maybe a little bit sharper, but it's pretty damn good. Then we got Luke training with the training remote. Not anything overly special, but it's the first time he kind of feels the Force flowing through him. So it's significant, that he kind of feels the defense as opposed to looking and anticipating it. So just neat. And, you see the laser here. This, and when it's moving around, this thing floating around looks totally real. It doesn't look like it's on strings or anything. I mean, it's shifting around and looks fine. Here again, hyperspace. The engines look realistic enough. The ship looks realistic enough. The hyperspace effects definitely sell the point. They do mention, jumping into hyperspace just before this, but even if he hadn't said it, you get the impression that they're traveling very quick through space and that they're doing a light speed jump. So I think it's very well done.
It is, yeah.
Here they come out of hyperspace, and there's the rocks everywhere, and he says, we'll go to that moon. And then of course Obi-Wan's like, that's not a moon, that's a space station. So looks good. You see the scale of the Falcon, the tie, and the how this approaching moon is actually a space station.
Mhm.
Cool cockpit scene. The stars look good.
Yes.
This all looks fine. I don't see why people wouldn't say this would hold up. Again, scale. Look at the Falcon now. It's
Mhm.
like this little speck.
In
It just
comparison to this massive station,
right,
and not to
right,
mention you get further scale because you see all of the docking bays there along
right,
the equator of the station.
right,
Every one of those is a very large, very massive docking
right.
bay for
Exactly.
this quite literally this metropolis in space.
Yep.
So,
Yep. And this is just a small section. This is even like zoomed out. This is just
well,
a small section of this thing, and it just shows you.
not to mention it's a matte painting, but it's a very
Oh yeah.
detailed, very realistic matte painting. So
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, expert artistry. It's totally believable. Um,
yeah,
if instills this stuff is holding up while it's moving, it definitely is holding up. So yeah, cool scene. You really get the impression of the size and how they're being sucked into the ship, and these guys are watching it. And it's just a cool little shot. Again, like you were just saying, the immensity of the hangar. I mean, look at the height and width of this hangar is tremendous. Uh, for some reason in Star Wars, the hangar door is always like just big enough for the ship to go through. I don't know what that is with Star Wars, but even in the Mandalorian, like all the ships just fit into the hangar. It's a funny trait.
yeah,
This pit, remember it because a little bit later we're going to see another shot of this, but you can see that
there's
that
an elevator that comes up from there. Yeah.
right that goes down quite a bit.
Hmm.
But anyways, you see the scale and the immensity. This is all very believable. The lighting, it looks like a very functioning real hangar. Troops, it all looks great. There's
Hmm.
looks like maybe some rust or dirt on those walls, but it looks very believable, very viable.
Yes.
Okay, they're in the hold, and again, you've got scratches and so much detailing that it really makes you feel like this is a weathered ship, something that's
Mm.
been used and been around and been through adventures, and you can really connect to it.
Yeah. Very much so.
This was just because it's a cool shot. I always like this TK421. Just thought it was neat, a
Yeah.
fun memory.
Hmm. Very true. Yes.
This I like the subtlety of this because they're in the Death Star. The princess is locked up. Darth Vader is looming. All the Empire's chasing. All this stuff is going on, and Han is just like kicking back with his feet up. It really shows you like Han's demeanor and personality. I just think it's great. All this is going on. Luke's like panicking, like trying to figure it out, and Han's just chilling, like, well, go with the flow, kid. It's really cool.
Yeah. The old guy said, "Stay here. We're going to stay here." He's like wandering into detention centers. Not the best idea I have in mind.
Right. Right. So just a really cool scene, and it really builds the relationship between them. It shows their two different contrasting personalities. They have the same common goal, but even though they don't totally know it yet, and it's just a neat little scene. And again, the detail, all these buttons, lights, the hours that it would have taken to make all of this stuff.
Yeah.
The elevator, it's a cool scene. They cuff Chewie, they go to the elevator. What it's nothing special, it's elevators, but what I thought was funny is this guy right here is the one that walks up and he starts to want to get in, and then the stormtrooper's like, oh, we can't, we got a prisoner. So he then walks and he goes over to the elevator, and like just like we do, he's looking up like, what floor is it on? I'm waiting for the damn elevator. I just thought it's comical, like he's waiting to see what floor it is and waiting for the elevator to come. So just a neat little detail. Okay, this is one of the cameras that they shoot out after they get into the control room or whatever in the detention center. Part of why I grabbed this is because in The Rise of Skywalker, they go out into the Death Star, they get out, and they're just running around this, not Death Star, the
it's one of the
Kylo's Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
So they're, they first land, nobody sees them. They get out, shoot like 3 stormtroopers, nobody sees them. They're running around the ship shooting stormtroopers, doing all this stuff, nobody sees them. There would be cameras all over the damn place. And here in original Star Wars, just this control room has like 30 cameras. They're shooting cameras all over the place. And in new Star Wars, it's like, well, I guess there's no security or concern. You just can freely roam in Kylo Ren's ship. So just silly. But a cool detail that they're shooting at the cameras as you logically would, especially in a detention area. This, looks well enough. Looks like a control room, buttons, knobs. It's buyable. It looks good. It's clean. Famous scene, I'm good. How are you? It's like, oh, damn it. And shoots the thing. Great little clip here. Looks well enough. I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue. Aren't you short for a stormtrooper? So this is just a cool scene, where it's the first real interaction he has with his sister and Leia, the princess in his eyes. And, this looks like a cell. It feels like a cell. Leia shoots out the grate. Neat scene. And again, asserting that Leia knows how to handle situations. She immediately is the one that bails them out. And, I always thought this is a nice contrast that the guys had to come to save Leia, but yet at the same time, Leia's kind of saving them. So there's a nice balance there. It's not the damsel in distress.
Well, the only problem is that she leads them into a more dire situation when they go into the garbage smasher.
Right. But
the one little snafu.
Well, but how would you know? And I guess it's better than being in that hallway, right, with all the stormtroopers.
Very true. Very true.
And just a nice balance that it shows that Leia needed their help, but they also need Leia. So it's not that she's helpless or she very much asserts herself. And furthermore, the shot before this, she grabs the rifle, the blaster out of Luke's hand and starts gunning. Here. She's not playing around. She grabs that blaster and starts shooting at stormtroopers. And she's like, I'm getting us out of here. And that's just before she turns to shoot the grate. So very cool. Leia shows her mettle here, if you will.
Yeah.
So they get down in the crash compactor. The Dianoga is down here. And, this is a cool little scene. This thing looks alien and believable enough. Pops up out of the water. It's creepy. It's cool. I like all the junk, although this is probably all foam. It does look like it's like bricks and pieces, and it's spyable. You feel like it smells and it's grimy and nasty.
You discovered.
Yeah, I mean, you really feel like you're in this nasty. It really sells itself as a garbage disposal. It doesn't look contrived or fake. I mean, it's buyable. All the junk looks good and real and fine. Chewie trying to open the door. Great scene. They're in the water. You can imagine how nasty and stinky it would be, and
more than likely, yeah.
Oh yeah. Here, Luke's all wet. He got drug under, and they're trying to brace the walls. And again, all of this is probably styrofoam or some sort of foam, but it really feels metal and organic and real. Like you would cut yourself or, bruise yourself if you banged your knee up against this, or it feels real. The detail. Look at the wall. All the sludge and just really amazing. Mm-hmm. This part is, of course, very iconic and cool. It is actually a really cool screenshot, and it shows you how dire. I mean, this it doesn't. You don't have much more space left here, and this is right before they shut it down. Before CPU 3 CPU shuts it down. So, it gives you the stakes, right? You're starting to feel like, oh man. Are they going to escape? They got trapped down here. Is this thing going to squish them? You really are starting to feel concerned for them. And I think it's also cool that, he's yelling in the communicator and 3PO and the others and is like, "Oh no, I got them killed," 3PO throwing, showing like he has some emotion, some care. Obi-Wan, he's going on his part to shut off the tractor beam, and this again is a matte painting. He's probably like a foot off the ground, especially being older. They would have had him very safe, like literally a foot off the ground here, and this totally. I felt like it's like he could fall and die, like that's
it gives you depth, it gives you space, it gives you the sense that this is a precarious position that he is in, and that and this scene and the scene later, there's a few minutes later and everything with Luke and Leia there in the other corridor, and they're over that grand chasm and everything, and you get that same sense of depth and scale to just how massive this entire station is, not to mention the infrastructure of the station, how complex it is and everything, with all the different components and parts and stations, and just how massive this place really is and everything. You get the same sense later on towards the end of the movie with the battle scene and everything, when you've got different control centers throughout the entire station. You've got Vader walking down corridors and everything, and he's hunting for Obi-Wan and everything just a few minutes after this. And just the whole sense of scale that they were able to do on a very small budget and everything, it really builds this idea of just how grand and how large and massive and intimidating the Death Star truly was in so many ways.
Yep.
And it absolutely positively holds up and everything, especially now. And you have the scene and everything in a few minutes, but the final duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, or Vader and Obi-Wan and everything. And you get this much deeper sense of the personal relationship, that there is bad blood between these two men that has been festering for 30 some odd years, from the end of the Revenge of the Sith until this very moment. And there's actually there's a channel and everything on YouTube. It's called Fix It and Post, and they actually went back.
Yeah, I've seen into the battle.
Yeah. The final duel between, and you get. I love the scene that we have in the movie, but that particular scene, it just absolutely brings home the emotionality and the weight and the depth and everything of the conflict between Anakin / Vader and Obi-Wan. And this movie it has so much to it and everything that just makes you believe that this world is real and can potentially exist in another space.
Yes, absolutely. That scene is great, and it would be kind of neat to see a cut of Star Wars with that inserted. Yeah, you could insert like the Rogue One Vader in the beginning, and then that battle here, and it would be neat. But I would give it the same argument, that the subtlety of it, the understanding of it, you get the impression that they have an old history, and not that Obi-Wan is washed up and done, but he's older. He's done with flipping around and doing all that extra stuff. So to me, this battle is pretty appropriate for his age and situation. He's not here to he doesn't have an intention of really fighting or defeating Vader. At this point, he's already been defeated him, and he's old, and he's ready to pass on, and his mission is complete. He got Luke to where he needs to be. Luke knows the truth. Luke has the lightsaber, and Luke is on the path of, he realizes this is his path. So at this point, Obi-Wan's like, I've done what I need to do. I'm only going to become more powerful as a Force ghost and become one with the Force. And, so he doesn't really have anything to prove or to do. So although I love the scene, don't get me wrong, of him and Vader fighting in that redone scene. It's amazing. But, it goes back to the subtlety of, you have the understanding that Obi-Wan had his day. He certainly was very capable and important. And now he's transcended. So he's not there to defeat Vader. He's like Leia, just slowing him down and wasting time. so that the
Yes.
others can, you know, do what they need to do. But
Right.
anyways, this scene, I would put it up against anything new. This totally gives you the scope of like, holy shit, he could fall like to his death. It was very believable to me as a kid in '77, and looking at it right now, this totally looks and feels, you know, great. I don't know how much better you would make this. The perception of what's happening here, you're not going to do it any better, other than it being sharper, you know, the imagery.
Yeah.
But again, Leia asserting herself. You know, I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but from now on, you take orders from me. And Han's like, I listen, sister, I don't take orders. You know, so Leia right away, the first chance that she gets to kind of talk and interact with Han, she's like, look, I don't know what you're doing, you know, laser brain, but I'm in charge here. And again, it shows, you know, Leia's no joke. She's very confident and assertive, and you know, she's Leia. She's our princess. Here's what you were referring to, and again, Mark really sells it, because, you know, right here is the floor. He's like a foot off the ground, but he really sells it, how he comes to the edge here, and you know, he's like, oh wow, you know, like he almost fell over. You know, and it gives you it feels like it's this massive shaft, and you know, he's like a foot off the ground. Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Okay,
I'm still here. Yeah.
So yeah, just, you know, a great shot. You definitely get the impression that, you know, they almost fell over. Another iconic shot, and again, scale. I mean, you can see like the massiveness of this chamber. This scene looks totally great, totally believable. It's very heroic. It's a feel-good moment. Like, they've been through all these kind of stumbles, and now, you know, finally the heroes get a little the wind going in their direction, and they slip through, and, you know, it's just a nice scene. Him with Leia, you know, swooping the princess off. And of course, we come to this. You know, what's not to love here? Everything about this is fantastic. The details, the scenery, the swords, their acting, their personalities, their charisma, their vibe off of each other. The epitome of good and evil, right? At least up to now, what we understand of this. You know, and just a fantastic shot. And again, the cinematography, you see them here on the inside, and then it's showing you from the outside, the reverse angle, although they just shifted positions. So really, Vader was here, and as this shot is switching, they shift positions, so now they're on opposite sides. But, you know, just nice cinematography here, giving you the look from both sides. Luke, this is like Luke's angle now, right? Looking in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, great scene again, totally believable. These doors feel like they're real blast doors. You know, there's weight, there's metal. It feels real. Again, another angle. The stormtroopers observing the ship. It all feels, the shiny floors. I mean, I feel like I'm there.
Yeah.
This scene is great. This is where the kids are just about to get to the Falcon, and he looks over and he sees that they're arriving, and he looks at Vader, and he gets this little smirk, and this is when he's, you know, basically like, you know, the game is over. I've played my moves, and this is where he, you know, he raises his sword and gets struck down. But he goes not out of fear, not out of remorse, or out of options, or, I mean, he very well knows what he's doing. He knows that he's going to join the Force. Kind of, this reminds me of what you were talking about. I watched your Final Fantasy stream, and how you were talking about how, you know, like your Gaia and your soul goes into the universe, and the Force is very much that, you know, that you're passing on into the Force. You're becoming one with the Force. So, you know, Obi-Wan is very much at peace with his decision. And again, he's here just to distract Vader for the kids to get away.
Yeah.
So, very believable. The swords, you totally buy them, and a special moment. And at this point, you're very much invested in Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie,
Mm-hmm.
Obi-Wan. I mean, you very much care about these people, even R2 and 3PO. In the first first hour of this film, you are so invested in these characters, whereas in the sequel trilogy, like the 3 movies, I have no investment in any of them. I care more about why R2D2 is not around. Another cool shot, you see the lasers, they look fine, they look good, the hangar looks cool, nice lights. This is that elevator pit that I was talking about, and it's just a neat scene because he gets shot and he falls. And again, there's a mat here, and he falls like 3 feet, but it really sells it. They're like, he's going down this massive pit. It's just a neat little scene. You see Vader just struck down Obi-Wan. Okay, here's where it kind of skipped again. Let me get to that part. And we're actually getting close to the end here. But I see you, like me, love this stuff. And man, I said you, like me, love this stuff. And
oh yeah, I heard you.
Time passes. Let's see. Yeah, for some reason, some of these got all out of whack. Okay. So, he just struck down Obi-Wan, and I feel like this is a really nice detail. Like, he checks, you know what I mean? He's like stomping on the thing, like, is he really gone? Did he really pass on? After all this time, did I really get him? So just a neat detail, and they show that he fades away, that you don't just die, you're not just a corpse, but that a Jedi Master fades into the Force, and it really serves several purposes, and it's just a very cool and simple but well thought, and touching little scene.
Yes,
Vader stomping.
I'd agree.
The lightsaber, and again the details, the floors, scratches, and so a very special and cool Star Wars moment there.
Yeah.
So,
and then of course you've got the escape and everything of the Falcon from the station. They figure out, Obi-Wan does get the tractor beam deactivated so they can get away. And then of course you've got the, honestly, I think one of the best dog fights and everything that you have in particular in this movie and everything. You have a very cool dog fight because it's very reminiscent, and Lucas mentions this. They used old fighter movie, fighter plane movie footage and everything to kind of do an animatic of how they wanted the dogfight between the TIE fighters and the Falcon to go. And it really builds the tension even further. And then of course you've got all those different elements that are bouncing around. You've got the Falcon that's seemingly stationary, but you realize that it is moving. In a manner of speaking, you've got the smaller TIEs and everything, TIE fighters that are zooming around it and everything. And of course, you've got all those great pyrotechnic shots and everything that they put together for when each TIE fighter is destroyed. And the effect shots of the laser blast coming from the cannons there on the Falcon and so on. And of course, you've got damage inside and everything when they take damage from the TIE fighters and everything in the Falcon. And you have R2 and everything there to extinguish the flame. So he's kind of serving his function again. He's not just a data droid, but he is an astromech. This is what he was designed and built to do, is do ship maintenance and so on.
Right.
But he's a multi-purpose droid and everything. That's what the R2 units and the other R5s and R4 units and everything were designed for, was utility use and everything. But that's one of the really cool details and everything, because up until this point, all we've seen R2 do is carry around the plans, and you see him work with the computers, but you also get this idea that he can do vehicle and ship maintenance. That's why an astromech droid like his model is so versatile and is so seemingly valuable in a lot of ways.
Right.
And then, of course, they get away from the ships. You've got the shot of Tarkin and Vader talking. They've just made the jump to hyperspace. And I don't know if you ever noticed this, but I imagine most people have. There's a certain angle and everything where there's light coming through, and you can actually see David Prowse's face, or you can see his eyes through the lenses of his helmet.
Okay, that's very ironic that you say that, because I'm going to show you that in just a second. Real quick, just the reason I have this here is this door. He shoots it, it closes. It feels real. It feels like a heavy door. It's a great scene. Vader's walking towards them, and the door's shutting. It's just a cool scene, and I just wanted to mention that it's believable. This part, you know, it's I think it's important, and it really shows like a motherly aspect of Leia and a connection of the twins, although they don't realize a brother and sister. But her, I think she probably thinks Luke is cute, and he helped save her, and you know, she probably feels very thankful. But just in general, she's, I think, friendly.
She's showing she's
showing compassion. You know, that it's not just because it's Luke, but because she's concerned, and because, you know, part of it is thankfulness, you know, but just a nice, not just bonding moment, but it also shows the character of Leia, that she's, that again, while she's a ambassador and general and fighter, that she's also just a girl, and, you know, she cares, and she's sensitive, and all these things. So, you know, a touching scene. Here's the fighting scene. Again, the explosions look great to me. The cockpit, all this looks awesome. This is one of the most iconic scenes in all of Star Wars and all the movies, and not just because of the action, but again, the music. Dun, 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 dun. You know, this scene, like you're going from, you know, all the ruckus of them escaping. Obi-Wan gets struck down. Your heart kind of sinks. Then they just slip out, and then you have this very low moment of like, oh man, I miss Ben. I wish he was here. And then it's like, it kicks up again. Like, okay, we got to keep fighting. We got to keep going. And the music kicks in, and, you know, they're shooting at these ties, and it's just a great scene. And here he's like, I got him. And then, you know, Han's like, don't get cocky, kid. You know, just great stuff. You know, the detail everywhere. This scene is fantastic. It really gets your heart pumping. It brings you back up after that very low that you have a minute ago. And of course, again, the explosions look good. Here, you can literally see his eyes.
David Prowse. Yeah, you can see David Prowse's face through the mask. And I realized this when I was a young kid and everything. I was like, hey, you're not supposed to see the bad guy's face, especially if he's wearing the mask. And then they go back, and I'm actually glad they did make this change in the remaster and in the special edition. They darkened his the lenses on his helmet so that you couldn't see David Prowse's face. So
yeah, I don't think most people caught it, but it's there for anybody that you know, didn't realize. You can see his eyes there. I don't think it was done on purpose. I think it's just the lighting, the angle.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, and this is something that they carried through and everything, there was a red tint to those lenses on the inside of the helmet, and that's something that they carried through into Revenge of the Sith and everything. When they put the helmet onto Vader, the heads up, the lighting of the inside of the interior of the helmet is that red.
Right.
So I think that was a nice little touch that they carried through from here to the prequels.
Yep.
So
definitely. But that's funny that you said that, because sure enough, I was going to show his eyes there. And here, you know, he says, I hope you know what you're doing.
I'm taking an awful risk here. This better work.
Definitely, yes. Great scene.
And then, of course, we get to the
and again, with the contrast, literally, it's these two, and he says, I hope you know what you're doing. And he's like, don't worry, I got this. There's a tracking device. And then literally the very next shot, it's Leia saying,
she's like,
it's not that
we're being
easy.
tracked.
They're obviously tracking us. I mean, it just, again, the brilliance.
He's like, easy, you call that easy? And she's
No,
like, they're tracking us, not this ship, sister. He's like, yeah, they really are.
yeah, no, it's great.
So
Again, dark to light, the contrast of we're tracking them and we're being tracked. You know, it's just, it's great. It's so good.
Yeah. Well, and just one little quick side note: Leia would know how the Empire operates. They would have put some sort of tracking device, because just on the offhand chance that they did escape, and everything, they were able to break her out, and there was probably a scene of some sort and everything where Vader's like, "Yeah, we're going to put a tracking device on the ship just on the offhand chance that they do get away."
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think that Leia ever comes from a point or an angle of ego, but she knows who she is. I mean, she is the Princess of Alderaan. She is the leader and one of the founders of the rebellion. So she understands that obviously the Empire isn't going to just let Princess Leia slip through and get off so easy. Obviously, they're going to be tracking her of all people. So it doesn't come from like an ego. It's just she knows better.
No.
You know, she knows who she is. She knows who she is. So, and that's
of course, you get you get the scene of them approaching Yavin 4 and everything, and them getting into the rebel base proper, and they start laying out the plans for the assault on the Death Star.
Yep. Real quick, this is where Han says, "Do you think a guy like me?" And Luke's like, "No,
no."
You know, another great moment between the two of them. You know.
Yes, very much so.
So yes, Yavin, here's the base, and again, scale. This, by the way, is I forget where it was, but this is a real temple, and they had.
I think they shot somewhere in Peru. I think it's where they shot somewhere like that.
Yes,
yeah, somewhere like that.
They obviously painted over it and added to it, but the basis of this is a real place.
Yeah, it's a real life temple. Yeah.
Yep. So, anyways, you see again scale. Not that the rebellion's very big, but you know, very cool. They're in this like kind of triangle temple. The hangars underneath. It's neat. Yavin 4, of course. They upload the plans. They start to look. I want to point out that I've counted. This is roughly 25-ish. Pilots. I've checked in other videos I've made. I've counted the fighters that approached the Death Star. It's roughly 27. So we're the impression that they give us is this is what the rebels have. Now they have a lot of support troops and commanders and this, that, and the other, but actual pilots, actual guys going into the fray, it's just under 30 guys.
Yeah.
So the scale and depth and
the stakes are very, very slim.
Right. And it just shows, you know, they're not giving up. They believe in themselves and each other. They're willing to fight to the end. And they went through all of this to get these plans, and they're going to go through with it. They're going to, you know, they understand the gravity of this, and they're going through with it. This, ironically, this scene, the room looks fine to me. The one thing that I feel that does not hold up in this movie is the Death Star plans. They look a little bit cheesy, but to be fair, all military type schematics tend to be like this, very basic. They're not like 3D graphics. So to go along those lines, it's okay. To be fair, if it was made in 2020, it probably they would make it, you know, a lot more elaborate and cool looking.
And the thing, but the thing that they do and everything to kind of combat that, or to kind of answer that question, they do keep the schematics and everything that you see in Rogue One accurate to what you see here. Yeah. So you can make the argument that the technology and everything gap and everything, or progression and everything in real world and here, it can be explained away and everything, because this is the only time that you see the plans for a Death Star in any sense and everything. So the fact that they kept that continuity of what the plans would look like, and ultimately you do see it on that display there on the Tantive 4 at the end of Rogue One.
Yeah.
And on the Raditz and everything, the flagship, it works. Everything, it holds up. Everything.
And to be fair, they're schematics or blueprints. They're not like a 3D image. So
yeah, precisely.
But if
Yeah.
just to be fair, if there's anything that kind of like falters or could really, be modernized, okay, I'll give you the Death Star plans. They're not like
Yeah.
amazing, but anyways, it's the
Yeah.
blueprints. We get the idea. Here's the 2 shafts. They are talking about it here. Here's the little bomb.
Mm-hmm.
I always got a
Yep.
kick out of this. This feels like part
Mm-hmm.
Tron and part Defender, the video game. I just thought,
Yeah.
thought it was comical.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But a cool little,
But it's very,
thing, a little neat scene.
this would be very, very rudimentary, very quick, and everything planned and everything that they would put together. It wouldn't be anything super detailed because they just don't have the time. They realize they're under the gun here and everything, so they're putting something together that visualizes the plan.
Right.
And it does it. It carries it off perfectly.
No, it does. It's to the point. It gets the job done, and it's funny. It's fun. It's cute. It's a little ship drops a bomb. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be overly special. And also keep in mind that at this point they have half an hour, where this is where the movie really starts to scale up. You really start to get a lot of tension here. So you have here literally 31 minutes, and they say audibly, and the Death Star will be in range in 30 minutes. So now, like, you talk about stakes. Well, we've been through all of this. Luke finding out who he is, losing his family, saving the princess, losing Obi-Wan. They've been through space. They've been captured. They got escaped. They shot down TIE fighters. They went through all this. Now they're at the base, and they've got half an hour to get their shit together and do something about this massive station that's about to vaporize the entire planet. So now you start to, it's getting wound up. You're starting to get, a little worried. The stakes are really high here. And this, by the way, was not in the original. The timer was not in the original cut. That was later added by Lucas's wife, and it was brilliant because it really, again, brings up the stakes of the time. It wasn't just that the Death Star was approaching. Now you've got like this counter going, and you're like, oh man,
yeah, so, you're under the gun now.
You're under the gun. So that was something that was added a little bit later, not in the original plan. So here they are in the hangar. This looks all fine and dandy. The ships look cool. Doesn't look cheap. Doesn't look plastic or fake. It looks great. They have a nice conversation here. Like, come on, man. Don't you see what's going on? He's like, dude, I just want to get out of here. I got to pay Jabba. I'm not a hero. And it's nice dialogue. Nice relationship kind of building here. And you really want Han to stay. You really want him to be like, okay.
Because he has proven how good of a shot and how good of a pilot he actually is. Right. I mean, you get the impression that he went through the Imperial Academy. We find out, obviously, in Solo that he did.
Right.
So he is suited for this type of mission.
Right.
And everything. And even Chewbacca could theoretically have a crew and everything of rebels and everything there on the Falcon and everything working with him, one way or another, and they could use the Falcon and everything during this combat mission and everything. Think about the type of damage and everything that ship could deal to the Death Star. Think about it just being as another target and everything for them to shoot at. It's fit for dog fighting for a mission like this.
Well, and remember, it's the fastest ship around.
Yeah, that too.
That helps.
So.
And at this point you're so invested in these characters that Han and Chewie are part of the gang, and you're like, come on, dude, you got to be part of this. We're about to go fight, the most important battle in the galaxy. Everybody's lives depend on it, and we need you. And he's like, nah, I gotta get out of here. So while it kind of like saddens you understand, and it's part of his personality. Like, he doesn't want to be too attached and to, so while it's a little bit disappointing, it works. It helps develop his character and the story and the tension, that he's not part of this. So anyways, the hangar looks good. There's crew, there's detail, there's the droid being brought down.
This all looks like realistic fighter combat prep and everything. Something you would see on a military base or on an aircraft carrier. So it works.
Again, you've got a full hangar, roughly 30 ships. They don't look like models. They don't look like toys. I mean, this feels like a real hangar, and I feel like I could sit in this cockpit and take one. So it looks fine,
very much so.
So Luke is getting into his X-wing. Here is the first time we see R2. You kind of catch a glimpse. of other droids, but this is the first time you really see up close that these droids can go inside the ship. So now you get that understanding of, oh, okay, he's like a co-pilot, and he can help navigate, through robotics and programming.
Yeah,
he can
so
assist
on.
the
Yeah.
ship and enhance the ship. So that's a cool
Yeah.
thing. Okay,
And then,
here's
of
another
course,
beautiful shot of the ship's taking off.
This is one. Yeah, this is
great.
from the. It's a special edition shot. I remember this one very well. And then, of course, you get the one of them in space, and you see them line up for their attack runs and everything. You've got the dialogue. Red leader standing by, red 2, red 3, red 4, red 5, gold leader, all of them. You've got all the chatter seems realistic. It's very much how it's like how combat air combat pilots would talk.
Yes.
The very short, distinct communicate from one ship to another and everything, from one pilot to another. It fits or anything. It feels realistic to how combat pilots in real life, they do communicate this way. So
again, here's stakes. I mean, it just comes around this corner and that's it.
You're done. You're done. Yeah.
Another beautiful shot. I mean, look at the planet, the engines. This looks great.
Yes.
I mean, this does not look fake. There's the Death Star. This looks. I mean, I feel like I'm.
The thing is, this is a completely CG shot, but the ships look good and everything. There isn't that CG sheen and everything that you would get for some CG shots and everything, which I think they worked very hard to minimize, and they did a very good job on this.
Yep.
So.
I also like the flare that's around the motors. Looks good.
Yeah.
Again, another beautiful shots. They're opening up the S-foils. They're approaching the Death Star.
Yeah. And then, of course, you've got all the dog fighting there on the surface of the Death Star. You've got all the turbo laser and batteries and everything going off, and obviously this wasn't what the station was designed for specifically, so they had to eventually scramble their fighters. And of course, you've got Vader saying, "Yeah, we've got to take him out ship to ship," and he's in his element now. He's in the cockpit of a combat fighter. Vader's doing what he does best. He's doing what he loves, and everything, and going into space combat. I mean, you do get the idea that he doesn't mind ground combat, but he's first and foremost a pilot. There is that part of it. There is that part of Anakin's personality that still remains and everything within Vader's personality, and he loves being behind the controls of a top-notch combat fighter.
Well, and I would think that he hadn't had a dogfight in a while, and he was just like, "Oh man, itching."
Yeah, he's itching. Yeah, he's itching for this.
Yeah,
and then of course you get the shot of Daryl Porkins getting taken out and everything. He's like, "I can hold on, I'll be fine." And nope, your ship blows up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, R.I.P. Porkins. So there you go.
Yes,
and
rest in peace.
And here, the tension's building. The stakes are real. Ships are getting shot down. There's only, I showed you the shot. There's only like 30 of these guys. It's not. This is what it is.
It's not a vast armada. Nope.
No. So the stakes are real, and again, the explosions look good. The model, it doesn't look cheapy or toy. I mean, it feels like a ship's breaking apart. This is a great scene. You can see the blur, the motion. It's awesome. I mean, you really believe like, oh man, these guys are getting shot down, and you're getting worried ship by ship. You're like, oh no. Here, this scene is this is one of my absolute favorite scenes in the whole movie. Luke is being chased. He's like, I can't shake him. And he's like, "Where are you, Biggs?" And there's the tension,
Biggs,
and then all of a sudden,
it's Wedge. It's not Biggs. It's Wedge. It's Wedge that gets him. Yeah, gets the tie.
Okay, so anyways, he comes and from the opposite angle comes and takes out this tie, which I love this scene, and he literally flies.
Yeah, when he flies through the debris, flies through the explosion. Yeah,
very cool scene. And you're worried. Luke's this motor here gets shot. And,
that one engine gets damaged. Yeah,
and sure enough, he comes through. Leia is like, sigh of relief. And again, I think she's concerned for all the pilots. But naturally, she hears the chatter, and it's Luke, so she has the sigh of relief. And again, her acting is selling this. You're feeling more tension. And when I was taking these screenshots, just to give an idea, I feel like Lucas right now has us in a vice. And every second that passes now in this battle, it's like he keeps
Mhm.
cranking the vice and it's getting tighter and
Mhm.
he's like screwing down on your emotions and like
Yeah.
getting more and more tense because it just keeps getting worse and worse. So now Vader is like, we need to take him out ship by ship, and he flies out and you're like, oh man, now we're really in trouble. As if it wasn't
Mhm.
bad enough.
Yep.
Another cool shot. Vader's tuning up
Mhm.
his stuff, and you're like, oh shit.
Mhm.
Uh,
And then, of
cool.
course, he damages Red Leader. You've got that shot there and everything between the Imperial officer and Tarkin and everything. And he's like, "We've allies are attacking. There's danger. Should I have your shuttle ready?" He's like, "Let's
In our
moment.
moment of
Let's look the time.
Yeah.
I think you'll overestimate their chances." And then you realize right then and everything, you may be a little too overconfident, Will Huff.
Yeah. No, it's a great and it's a good contrast because he's just trying to do the right thing. He's like, hey, may want to look at this. And then he's like, come on, man. Darth Vader just went out in a TIE fighter. This is the Death Star. We've got this thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a neat little thing. I was like, our moment of triumph. So, anyways, this you don't get the impression because it's a still, but these ships are rolling, and it's just a
Mhm.
gorgeous shot. It's really a gorgeous shot. Here is the first attempt at
Yeah.
dropping the protons, and again,
Mhm.
it's tightening the vice on our emotions. It's like, okay, are they
Yeah.
going to get it? And then he shoots and he misses, and you're like,
And
ah.
it impacts on the surface.
Right. So
And then,
now
of course,
you're getting more wound up, and you're like starting to wiggle in your seat, and you're like, man, time's running down. Vader just flew out. These guys are getting shot down. We're running out of X-wings. You start getting really worried. Again, another gorgeous shot, the rolling ships, which you don't get too
yeah,
much effect here, but
yeah,
just a beautiful shot.
yeah. You get the shot of the Luke's wing entering the trench for that last run,
Right.
and the music and the tension and the
Mhm.
sound effects and everything are just pressing down on you like a
Yes.
50-ton weight.
Yes. It's
And
really
then the music lightens and you hear Obi-Wan's voice.
Yep.
And Luke's like, am I hearing things?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Then he finally realizes it really is Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
It is really Obi-Wan talking to him. He's like, trust me. And he shuts off his targeting computer and they're like, Luke, you shut off your targeting computer. Is something wrong? He's like, nope, I'm fine. I'm all right.
Yep. Which,
But
by the way, that's the first moment that he hears Obi-Wan's voice since he's dead. So it's understandable that at first he's like, huh? And just real quick, I wanted to mention this trench, the blur, it gives you the impression of the
yeah,
speed, the
speed. Oh
scale.
yeah.
This again is like a tiny little model, and it feels like
Yep.
this massive trench that you're really flying through here, and the
Yeah.
stakes are high. They're
Right
getting
down
shot at,
right down into the belly of the beast.
right into the belly.
Yeah.
And here comes Vader and the ties, and you're just like, tightening it down the screws even more. And then it's like, here's the targeting computer where he's like, okay, yeah, and he's like, trust me, and he shuts it off. And then just right then, Vader's like,
I have you now.
starts targeting him, and it's one of my favorite things in all of Star Wars. He says, I have you now. And he shoots, and then just to make things even worse, he takes out R2, and you're like, oh no, what else could go wrong, And this looks very cool, the way R2 blows up and all the smoke and fire and everything. You see his
and of course, and then a few minutes later, you hear that Yahoo! You see the Falcon coming in with the sunshine behind it and everything. The would be hero, the unsuspecting hero, coming in at the last moment to save everybody and everything.
So here's
and Vader's like, what?
Yep.
And you almost hear that indignant tone in his voice. He's like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. I think what he says is what? He doesn't totally say what. He's like, what? But talking about stakes, here it is, it's lined up. Vader just took out R2. They've missed a shot. This is the last shot. Here we go. 0, 0, 0. You're like, no. What's gonna, this is it. They're done. And then here he literally says, you may fire when ready.
Fire when ready.
And you're just like,
and then
And then sure enough, Vader lines him up. This is where he says, I have you now, actually. He
Yes.
lines him up and he's about to take him out. And then sure enough, here comes Han, shoots the tie. Again, this explosion looks great. The lighting, the smoke, this looks awesome. Yoo-hoo! You're all clear, kid.
Yep. You're all clear, kid. Now blow this thing and let's go home.
What you were talking about with the sunlight, beautiful shot here.
Yes.
That looks awesome.
Yeah.
So the other tie looks, he's like, oh, what?
Like, look out!
Crashes into Vader like a dumbass. Vader gets knocked loose, which is very cool. Unfortunate for him, but very cool. Vader spinning out of control, which is a neat little part too. I like how they have him flipping around.
Well, not only that, but they do add that shot in there where you do see the Falcon zooming off and everything, and Vader catches a glimpse of it. He's like, I'm going to get that ship.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna get that pilot, and the shot where it goes in.
The proton torpedoes go in. Yeah, there's the first one, and then the second one goes in. And you're at this point, you're so wound up. The music, R2's gone, Vader's behind Luke. They missed the shot. All this stuff is going wrong. The music's tense. You're freaking out. You're like just squirming around in your seat, and then he drops these bombs, and you could just. I was very little.
And he just goes.
I can imagine audibly the theater. Everybody was like, like this. Sigh.
And then, of course, you see the station go critical. It blows. You've got the ring. The explosion may come out.
Even better. Remember that they're starting to hit the switches and just about to fire. Okay, so
I remember
they fly off. They're hitting the switches, and then sure enough, just when they're about to shoot the damn thing. Kaboom. This shot is beautiful, and this I love. Again, the explosions. That ring is awesome. It really gives you the impression of the explosion, which, by the way, both Death Stars totally vaporized. So this whole thing of wreckage being on Endor is ridiculous.
I agree. I agree.
But awesome explosions again. In a still, you don't get the effect, but this explosion looks natural and real and cool, and it looks just as good as anything today. I don't know how much better you would make that explosion. Maybe more layers to it, but it looks great.
Maybe
it's totally beautiful. And here, they go to the extent of like the sparks, the vaporizing of it. And this is literally what happens to both Death Stars. There are no chunks, there are no pieces. They're vapor. Anyways,
I mean, there have been some games that depicted that there was some wreckage from the second one at least, but as far as there being like massive pieces to it being left behind, no, that's a bridge too far.
Glass intact and rooms intact and stuff standing right side up, and it's just ridiculous. Anyways, this is totally believable. This is after all that screwing down on your emotions and the vice grip.
That is the release,
and you just feel so happy and
of course
proud and so relieved.
And of course you have that wonderful moment and everything where you hear the voiceover of Obi-Wan saying, "The Force will be with you."
Yes, absolutely.
Always.
Further vaporization of the Death Star.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
1 in a million. Great scene as well. Very, very special. It fills your heart. This part here.
It does.
Luke, we did it. He almost can't believe it, but just the relief on his face. And I love how the ships bobble, kind of bop around and float around. It really gives you the feeling of here Vader,
and of course Vader speeds off and everything, getting ready to plot his revenge.
And you see him flying with his tail between his legs, right, taking off.
And then, of course, you got the scene where they get back to the hangar, and you probably know this as well as I do. Mark Hamill does not say Leia; he says Carrie.
Yeah.
And I think you can almost see them breaking, and he realizes I just made a massive goof.
Yeah.
And of course, you have Han come in from the opposite side and everything. They're
Han
like,
and Chewie are back here, and they come in now.
yeah,
Part of this screen is, obviously the celebration, all that. But, and I've said this in other videos, this is what Star Wars is right here. If you want to, I mean, there's so many iconic moments that we've looked at tonight
mm-hmm,
and that you could
yeah,
say. But to me, this right here, this is
mm-hmm,
what Star Wars is. The
yes,
ragtag little guys believed in themselves. They believed in each other. They
yes,
fought for each other. They kept going. They sacrificed everything. They were willing to give everything very unselfishly for the galaxy, because at the end of the day, what did they gain? I mean, yeah, they get to keep living, but they're really, these small group is saving a whole galaxy. And this is where Disney misses the entire point of Star Wars, that it's not about effects, it's not about big budgets, it's not about characters and all this extra stuff. It's about the story and the characters. And this scene right here
yeah,
just totally drives everything that we have spoken of, looked at tonight. This really solidifies what is Star Wars, the magic
yes,
of it, and why, yes,
mm-hmm.
in 2020, this film would be loved as it was in 1977. If
I
you're
would think so.
used to the effects and spectacle of today, yeah, it's a little hard. You can tell it's dated, it's older, but the effects hold up. The
Yeah,
pacing and everything is great. The cinematography,
it's,
everything is very believable. And at the end of the day, what is most important is the story, the character, and world building. And I don't know any movie that does it better than Episode 4, A New Hope.
yeah. I would wholeheartedly agree. I would make an argument for one movie, but or series of movies, but yes, as a singular movie and everything, or even as part of a larger saga, this movie really encapsulates what good storytelling, what good acting, and what real care can bring you and everything onto the big screen.
And real stakes, real
And
consequences. Look at
yeah,
our
yeah, yeah.
3PO.
Look at R2 here. I mean, you see the concern on Luke's face. I mean, yeah, this is a droid he's only owned for a few days, but that little, as he said, that little droid and I have been through a lot together.
Mhm.
And the technicians are like, we'll make sure he gets put back together. He's put back into pristine order, and they even give 3PO a shot. They give him a nice cleaning and a nice shine job and everything for the ceremony at the end.
Yep.
And I love the music. I mean, it's John Williams. The score for this film and all the films that he has been involved with, whether it's Star Wars or otherwise, are absolutely iconic. And this scene in and of itself is an absolute iconic moment.
Yeah, and
Because
it's
you've got the majority of the ground staff and troops and everything that are there on Yavin 4 gathered in the main hall of the temple there. You've got the leadership up there on the platform, and you've got our three heroes and everything. And yes, I include Chewbacca there, and I am glad that way back, it was in, I think, like the mid or late 90s, that Chewbacca got his medallion as well.
right.
Everything from Carrie Fisher and everything, because they had a character of the year or whatever awards and everything, and they gave it to Chewbacca. And I'm pretty sure it's Peter Mayhew in the suit and everything. I wouldn't doubt otherwise.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you had Carrie Fisher there at the MTV Musical Movie Awards and everything, and she put the medal on him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you've got our heroes. You've got all the. You've just got this absolutely picture perfect shot and everything of.
It is really a beautiful shot. And just to reverberate the scale.
Mm-hmm.
And also before this, that what we saw that was like this was the Empire, right? The Death Star.
Mm-hmm.
You saw all the stormtroopers lined up. We never
Mm-hmm.
saw the rebellion like this. And now it's the stark contrast of the balance of the good side has now prevailed, and now we see them lined up. So Lucas again showing the two sides, and just the scale of this. I mean, it's insane. I also loved here how they smile at each other. I thought, where happened to Luke? Oh, I had Luke there smiling too. But anyways, the three of them, they look at each other and smile, and I just feel like it's a really heartwarming. After all this stuff we've been through, they all can finally look at each other and bask
with respect and friendship.
Yeah,
genuine
no,
friendship.
yeah, absolutely.
So
You can tell that at this point they genuinely care for each other, that there's love there for each other, and regardless of where these relationships go or dynamics or happens, you can tell that this gang, they're a gang, that they are a tight-knit crew now, and
yes.
you know, that's just you feel it, you sense it, you see it, that you know, it is what it is. And you know, Leia giving them the medals, it's a really touching, nice moment. Of
It
course,
is.
the droids cleaned up and you know,
Yes, all
brought back.
pristine and back together. Yeah.
So
And of course, 3PO just puts his arm around him and says, "Okay, just calm down a little bit."
settle
And
down,
everybody's like,
buddy.
"No, let him have his moment. He was just as much a part of this fight as everybody else." And then, of course, you've got the Wookiee roar at the end and everything.
Yes.
Chewbacca giving his approval, and everybody just everybody starts applauding, and then of course you have the Iris out.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned
Right,
that. And you know, not that it's the most technical or amazing thing, but you know, as far as iconic, memorable, touching, you know, an ending, the Iris out of the three heroes, it's
yeah,
it's wonderful.
absolutely. It is very much so.
And that is the story of Star Wars by Mr. George Lucas. Written and directed. As much as people want to criticize and complain, and
you know,
something that is
this
been,
will,
you know, what, for 40 plus years, that has brought in billions of dollars, that has created an entire fandom and pop culture and touched lives all around the world, millions upon millions of people. You know, it's amazing.
And may it endure, the Lord willing, and his return, whenever that happens, may it endure for another 40.
I think it will. I think it'll endure another 400. And again, because at the root of it, the story, the characters, regardless of the effects or the date of it, the magic, and the thing with Star Wars, it's so many layers. You had the best original story ever. You had the best music ever. You had the best special effects ever. You had the best concepts ever. You had up to that point the best story building and character building ever. It was like layer. It wasn't like just Star Wars had like one or two things. It was like every piston fired, every notch lined up, everything worked out. Some of it was by mistake, some of it was luck and accident, some of it was the time, the world and where we were, and Lucas's mentality. And a lot of no one will deny that the planets aligned. But at the end of the day, Lucas was very conscious. He knew what his vision was, what he wanted to do. And I state and I claim that even 400 years from now, just like the Odyssey will always be there, the Great Gatsby will always be there, you know, so many other stories, Star Wars will hold up. Will it look like it will in the year 3022? You know, the graphics are going to be, you know, 22,000K, and, you know, you'll be virtual living inside, flying the ships. But at the end of the day, the core of what Star Wars is,
it's about the story,
the heart, the story, the characters. It's going to always endure. And, you know, again, from my opinion, from this analysis, absolutely Star Wars would be loved today. Would it get the technical awards? Would it get, well, music, it'll win, obviously. Story, screenplay, it would probably win. Best actor, arguable. Best actress, arguable. Special effects, I guess that's where it'd fall, because, you know, we have modern technology. But if you factor in the amount of time and love, the time of detail, and the process of how they had to create these effects, not to mention being on location, it arguably could win for best effects and cinematography even today.
I would agree with that. Yes, wholeheartedly agree.
I really think that it could. Man, what a trip! What a ride! And again, you know, just even just seeing the images and talking about it, it gets my it gets my heart going. It's amazing. You know, after all these years, this movie just I don't know another saga that can do that. That can get you so drawn in. So no, I mean, like the other day you were talking about the Final Fantasy, and I know you got a little bit um,
Yeah.
emotional about it, but you also have a personal connection you were mentioning. And it's not to say that Star Wars is the only movie that has magic or that that can evoke these emotions, but something that has this scale, this impact, and so many years even later, it's truly a phenomenon. And we didn't even touch on Empire. Well, we touched on all the movies a little bit, but
a little bit.
this isn't even, you could argue that everybody pretty much says Empire was the best one. I think my favorite is actually Jedi. But we wouldn't be here. None of this would exist if it wasn't for this amazing episode 4.
Yeah, it's this guy right here to the left or right of us. Yeah. So. Whew. Well, this is honestly this has been a deep dive, and honestly, I am very, very happy to take with you, and I very much appreciate it. So, but it's getting late for me. So
yeah, it is. Wow, we've been on for quite a while. It has been a true pleasure. I knew that we would have a good time. I knew that you would be able to appreciate and see and understand. Because you have you're from that era, so you have a little bit more appreciation. I would say to anybody that watches this that go back and watch all the movies. Start fresh, watch them all, and remind yourself, because you're going to see it. It becomes very clear if you watch the 9 movies in order, or even if you do the OT, then PT, then ST. It's going to be very clear that one section of this saga is very disjointed, that it has nothing to do, that it totally just desecrates and destroys this beautiful legacy. Can you like the new movies? If you like them, fine. I don't hate you. I'm not telling you need to burn, but you're not remembering or not caring about what Star Wars is if you're, connecting to these new films, because they are so disjointed. Had they done the new films 100 years or many years later, or totally separate, not the Skywalker saga, just, a trilogy, fine. But when you're trying to, connect this 9-part thing, I just suggest to anybody, go back and watch them.
It's not even an even number, for heaven's sake. I know that's just an itty bitty nitpick, but 9? You're ending it on 9?
Yeah.
Come on, think. But yeah, I don't disrespect anybody who likes the sequel movies. If they like them, more power to. Hey, that's your perspective. That's your opinion. You are wholeheartedly entitled to it. I'm not going to tell you otherwise. But for me, it's 6 plus 1, and that one is Rogue One. And everything. I don't even, as I've mentioned previously, I don't count these films, regardless of what any other argument somebody wants to make. And they can call me hard-headed. They can call me stubborn or willful or whatever else they want to call me. I don't particularly care. It's a 6-part saga with a good an extra chronological story added to it.
Right.
That fills in, I think, that fills in not a huge plot hole, but a rather entertaining plot hole. And that plot hole is Rogue One. So
no, I agree. By the way, I just saw your private message. I apologize, but I'm really glad that you stuck it through. I'm glad that we could do this. I knew that you would be the person to do it with. I really appreciate it. I had a great time. I don't want to hold you anymore, but thanks so much. It was a lot of fun. We'll do another stream sometime soon. I just want to mention that Lucas knew what he was doing. He was not perfect, but he was, a visionary. He knew what he was doing. This isn't all an accident. A lot of things had to align and happen, but a lot of it was what he created, what he willed. Go back and watch all the movies for anyone that's, doesn't get it. Maybe you just watch them all and you will get it.
Mhm.
And I want to mention that Lucas stated some things very clearly. That at the end of the day, the only real canon is the movies 1 through 6, and that Anakin is the chosen one, and that his story was over at episode 3, or as we see 1 through 6.
Episode 6.
He has literally stated that the reason he didn't make these new movies and part of why he sold this is because he already told the story. It was over. So at the end of the day, he knew selling it that whatever Disney does doesn't really matter. It sucks. We're going to get upset. Even he's not going to like it. But at the end of the day, he said it. I told the story. I finished it. It's episodes 1 through 6, and he's the chosen one. That is the canon, and that's the end of the story. So, by all means, enjoy the sequels if you do. I'm not mad at you, but at the end of the day, know that the Father, the Creator, the Wizard, had spoken and made it very clear that it was about Anakin, and then later his children, and that it ended with episode 6. So, thank you so much. It's been a blast.
Likewise.
Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you? We'll close out. I don't want to keep you any longer.
You can you can find me at the Ambassador here on YouTube. I do have I am on Twitter as well. You can find me at Ambassador Kosh number 7 on Twitter and everything. So my next thing, I will be taking tomorrow off, honestly. But Saturday night at 7:30 Central Time, I'll be doing my ambassadorial wing and stream, and we'll be discussing Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country. So be sure to tune in for that. And for now, that's all I've got lined up and everything. So, but Not My Star Wars, thank you again for having me on. It has been fun, and I appreciate you having me on, and I look forward to working with you again.
Yeah, anytime. Again, thank you. And by the way, I wanted to mention I love your Mandalorian hat. I saw you wearing it the other day. I'm a huge Boba Fett guy. I was a Mandalorian before people knew what Mandalorians were, and I love it. Again, thanks so much. You guys can search Not My Star Wars anywhere. You'll find me on Twitter. Is the only real difference. Not My Star Wars 77. And if anybody needs to send me an email, notmystarwars1977@gmail. Thanks everyone that watched and stopped in, and thank you, Ambassador. It's been a real blast. We'll do something here in the future, and may the Force be with you. This was a lot of fun, and hey, God bless Star Wars. It's amazing, and I'll close out with the title and the beginning of all this. Would Star Wars be loved today like it was in 1977? And I think we both agree that absolutely, 2 thumbs, yes, it would be. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ambassador. Have a great night. I will talk to you soon, and may the Force be with everyone.
Always.